Why does it sound like... Why does it sound like, some weird, like American... why does it sound like American national anthem thing? What is this? Apparently this is the main... This is the main theme for the museum for Animal Crossing Wild World. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining me on this surprising Saturday stream, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, like, I know it's not the American national anthem, but it does sound like this for some reason this sounds like something like America will like play for New Year's or something. Or something. I don't know, it's just got that sound. Well, hello everyone. Hello Kyre and Duck and Sign. Why are you punching? All right. Nice. And Flower and Elmo again. Hello. Thanks for joining me on this Saturday, or should I say Friday, depending on where you live. But it's a Saturday. So yeah, this is a very unexpected stream. But we are here, and what we're going to do is we are going to watch Night Mines 4-hour Shipwrecked 64 video that he uploaded yesterday on YouTube. Now, I don't know. I don't know if the plan will be like 4 hours straight, like no breaks, no breaks during this whole 4 hours. I guess we'll see. Maybe he'll have like breaks inside the video, like within the video. But we'll see what happens. So yeah, Kyre and Duck, did you guys want to like hop in, or do you just want to like chill? So last night I found a pretty fitting area to watch the thing. So Shipwreck 64, right? Shipwreck 64 takes place, well, it doesn't really take place on a boat, but there is like boat elements on it. So because it takes place sort of on a boat, I found a movie theater on a boat. Actually, no, Kyre. Did you find that? I did type in Shipwreck 64 yesterday, and I did not find any worlds on there. Then again, this was literally a last minute like world that I found. Wait, you actually found one? Does it actually have a like movie screen? Let me see. Oh, well, here it is. Let me have a look. Hello Kitty Gacha Machine. No, I did not. Like I said, right? I literally hopped on VRChat, like, yo, it's him. It's him. Let me get chat on screen. Hey, look, there's chat. I'm surprised someone made Shipwreck 64 things. You can't just spawn in like a video player, right? It has to actually be a like actual thing built into the world. Don't mind me. Touch the blue crystal on the wall. What is mini blue? Oh. Which one? Oh. Oh, this is the mirror. What? What's that? Secrets? Oh, is this it? It's not very good. Yeah, I can kind of... Yeah, it is not really good, actually. You gotta look up. The emote, look up. Yeah, but... It's pretty cool, though, I guess. Yeah, literally look up. So let me show you. Okay, this is a pretty cool recreation of the actual one in the game. But let me show you the boat that I found. It's pretty cozy. It's kind of small, but it is pretty cozy, I think. Okay, let me show you. Cozy boat. I took the thumbnail from this boat, actually. Oh, look at this boat, man. And you go in here, and here's the player right here. Isn't it cozy? You can turn colliders off and on for the couch. You know, it's pretty good. You can also toggle different colliders here as well. One with the seating area, the pool, and the bed. Real working mirrors. Real working mirrors. I can go outside. Shipwreck 64, you know, kind of take place on a boat. And this is a boat. What's over here, though? I never checked. Like, settings here. Oh. Oh, we can watch in the pool? Is the mirror just high? No, Anna's actually really tall. Because she was like, if you saw that, right? She was like clipping through the ceiling here. Oh, so is it just me or is there no game sound? Oh, I muted it. That's why. Ah. Transparency. Ah. There we go. Hello. Yo, party in the bathtub stream. Pretty cozy. Okay, that's pretty cool. There's also, if you go back inside. If you go back inside, there's also... You can also dim the lighting. As you can see here, right? You can dim the lighting. Ooh. Spooky. Oh, mirrors here as well. Nice. You can also, there's markers if you want to draw, I think. I don't know how to draw, like... Oh, here we go. I did this. There you go. Okay, this area looks pretty sick. I don't know if you guys have anything... Yo. I don't know if you guys have found like a better place, but I feel like this is a pretty good area, I think. How are we feeling? We feeling the outside or we feeling the inside? Wrinkly. That's fair. Anyway, yeah, this seems like a pretty good spot. Okay, let me invite you fellers. Oh, you can't actually... Oh, no, you can. Join now. Oh, there you go. You're in Popcorn Palace. Popcorn Palace? What's that? Oh, I see. It's got like mini games and stuff in it. Yeah, it's like a little Tower Unite. Palace Bathhouse. Does this have a video player? Didn't I invite you, Doc? Oh god. Smoking a blunt. This must be new though, because I searched for Shipwreck 64 and I didn't find anything. Oh, yo, is that the real Guwa Wa Wa Wa? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this model that I have is actually really tall. Look, I'm almost touching the ceiling. Like how her hair physics makes it look like bald at some parts. Okay, you ready? Let's make sure no creepy crawlies can come in. Make sure no murderers can come in or out. Okay. White screen. Flashbang. That side eye. Yo, Oda. Okay, this is probably too loud. Let me dim this. Okay, how's the volume? Look, there he is, the four-eyed freak. No, he has like 4 eyes, doesn't he?
World premiere.
Well, Potter, you just came in time.
Welcome back to Nightmind, friends. It's been a while, I know. And it's because this video took a little extra time and dedication to make, which you can probably tell. I don't want to spend too much time on our greetings. I am very excited this evening. If you'll allow me to get ahead of myself just a touch. This is the greatest project I could open the year with on Nightmind, and one of the most important videos I'll ever make. To illustrate why,
You guys see, or was it too
I'll lay out
dark?
a bit of background. On February 1st, 2022, I received a submission to the Nightmind Index for new and undiscovered unfiction projects for a horror series by Squeaks de Corgi.
Yo, there he is.
Broadside Beach.
Wait, this was 2 years
An
ago.
active investigation into the abandoned animation studio known as Broadside Animation. Their venture into theme parks ends in catastrophe for everyone involved. And 30 years later, the mystery has resurfaced and is being looked into. 2 videos were provided. A roundup of in-universe media conveying story elements from November 14th, 2021. Several months
Should we
before
go to the movie
submission
theater?
dates,
Is this too
and
small, by the
gameplay
way?
of a canceled Nintendo 64 title from September 7th of 2021. The gameplay video is nothing impressive technically or visually, and if it had existed, it almost certainly would have been an alpha build of whatever the title was meant to be. I published Broadside Beach to the index with a smile, making a note to check it out
Okay,
periodically.
well, sorry. I guess we should go to the movie theater because I think this is too small. Unless I like literally go like this. But you know what? Okay, this was cool. This was a cool ambience though, I gotta say. Let me try. Let me try the jacuzzi then. If I sit closer than you guys, then my model's gonna block you guys. Oh.
And the inspiration for the series was clear enough for anybody to see. But with this amount of
I mean, I guess you could just hide
chose to use
my.
a different setup for a
I guess you could just
campaign
hide
mode.
my character model, right? If I'm blocking the way. Yeah, I have to like go like here. uh Okay, screw it. We're going to the movie theater. Sorry. This is a nice world though. Me. Alright, oh yeah. Lower the volume by the way, because this place is really loud. It plays like goddamn movie ads. Oh god. Loud. Stop. Stop. Ah. Wait. How do I turn the lights off? Or does it automatically turn off?
Welcome back to Nightmind, friends. It's been a while, I know.
Okay,
And it's
there we go.
because this video I received a submission to the Night
Okay,
Mind
yeah,
Index for
here you go.
new and
This is good, right?
undiscovered unfiction projects for a horror series by Squeaks the Corgi titled Broadside Beach, an active investigation into the abandoned animation studio known as Broadside Animation. Their venture into theme parks ends in catastrophe for everyone involved, and 30 years later, the mystery has resurfaced and is being looked into. 2 videos were provided. A roundup of in-universe media conveying story elements from November 14th, 2021, several months before the submission date, and gameplay of a cancelled Nintendo 64 title from September 7th of 2021. The gameplay video is nothing impressive technically or visually, and if it had existed, it almost certainly would have been an alpha build of whatever the title was meant to be. I published Broadside Beach to the Index with a smile, making a note to check in on it periodically. The creator appeared to be new to unfiction projects, and the inspiration for the series was clear enough for anybody to see. But with this amount of effort, the choice to use a different setup for a kid's entertainment horror concept, and the passion on display, there was potential for future uploads to gain a lot of quality. It was just
Slap
a sense
Olivia.
I had.
Hey, watch it!
Broadside Beach was worth keeping an eye on, but I'd have to come back later. On January 1st of this year, Squeaks the Corgi released a new horror game on Steam, Shipwrecked 64,
Woo!
a playable, polished realization of the idea presented over 2 years prior as Broadside Beach. An excerpt from the back of the original Shipwreck box reads as follows. Bucky and his friends need your help. After a sudden crash during a routine fishing trip, Bucky ends up on a mysterious island where his friends appear to be apprehended by a pack of wolves for disturbing the peace. Embark on a puzzle-based adventure as Bucky wanders the vast island of Nulla Terra, helping his friends work off the damages, fix your boat, and get back home. Shipwrecked, or Shipwreck 64 as the internet has dubbed it, was an old game originating from the late 90s, commissioned by the, at the time, beloved Broadside Animation Studio, developed by a relatively unknown game studio, Cogware Games. The game had a very mysterious nature surrounding its launch, as it was only available from August 13th, 1997 to August 17th, 1997, receiving little promotion from Cogware and none from Broadside. This downloadable version of the game is the closest one can get to playing.
Wait, hold on. This is not a private. Wait, is this? Wait. Is this not a private lobby?
Shipwreck Recovery Crew were lucky enough to get our hands on an original cartridge.
Oh, is it public?
And convert a lot of the code to new software. With help from 2 of the original developers, we were able to make this game accessible to everyone. I played Shipwreck 64 live a few weeks after release to see what Broadside Beach had turned into.
Okay,
It started as a one-night karaoke.
I think we should just leave now. Okay, hold on, let me. Well, it was a private lobby.
The best scares I've ever had playing a game live, and an entire exploration on my own
You
time
said
after completing the main run. I have unlocked every achievement, played over 40 hours on.
I'm gonna play something. Let's see.
It is
God,
time
loud.
to take the next step on your journey.
I'm not going to be the Dragon Ward.
Okay, let me. Oh, hold on. Yeah, when I did the portal, I assumed there was going to be a private one, but no. Okay, so this is my reaction. Live me reaction.
This is not working at all.
That was really quiet. Rate limited? What? Yeah, that's basically me.
Who are you people?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, we are. This is correct now. Oh, Romex, you here? Oh, loud. Oh. That's pretty funny. You here, Car? Do you mind invite? Did you want to join Romax or nopers? In a little bit. Okay. Well, we'll just begin. All right, take your seat. Take your seat.
The inspiration for the series was clear enough for... On January 1st of this year, Squeaks the Corgi released a new horror game on Steam. Shipwrecked
Okay, yeah, we can
64.
stop
A
from here.
playable, polished realization of the idea presented over 2 years prior as Broadside Beach.
At first, I thought that was Duck talking
An
because,
excerpt from the
like,
back of the
the
original
Duck's name is like
Shipwrecked box reads as
BK03 or
follows.
something. I was like, wait, hold on. Duck
Bucky and his
talking?
friends need your help. After a sudden crash during a routine fishing trip, Bucky ends up on a mysterious island where his friends appear to be apprehended by a pack of wolves for disturbing the peace. Embark on a puzzle-based adventure as Bucky wanders the vast island of Nulla Terra, helping his friends work off the damages, fix your boat, and get back home. Shipwrecked, or Shipwrecked 64 as the internet has dubbed it, was an old game originating from the late 90s, commissioned by the, at the time, beloved Broadside Animation Studio. Developed by a relatively unknown game studio.
At least those people were
Clockwork
nice enough
Games.
to not, like, you know, scream and
The game had
yell.
a very mysterious nature surrounding its launch, as it was only available from August 13th, 1997
Yeah, I
to
said
August
that
17th, 1997.
I said, like,
receiving
millions of
little
videos that you
promotion
gave
from
people.
Codware and none from Broadside. This downloadable version of the game is the closest one can get to playing the original copy. We at the SWRC, Shipwreck Recovery Crew, were lucky enough to get our hands on an original cartridge, dump it, and convert a lot of the code to new software. With help from 2 of the original developers, we were able to make this game accessible to everyone.
The video is loud enough, right?
I played Shipwreck
Full stream.
64 live a few weeks after release to see
I
what
didn't know that.
Broadside Beach had turned into. What started as a one-night curiosity turned into a 3-night marathon. The best scares I've ever had playing a game live, and an entire exploration
Dude.
on my own time
Google.
after completing the main run. I have unlocked every achievement, played
Damn.
over 40 hours on
Damn.
record, and collected over 180 gigabytes of footage.
Damn.
Even now,
Tolomeo.
I want more Shipwreck 64. Leaving the investigation
That's
process
basically what
to begin
Tolo did.
scripting was actually bittersweet. There are very few projects on Nightmind that have ever given me that feeling. Welcome Home, Catastrophe Crow,
Oh.
I Am Sophie, House of Leaves, and This House Has People in It. Shipwreck 64.
I guess we didn't watch
is
all
the
those other ones.
greatest gruesome horror project in the category of this game I found stories I've ever seen. A lost title you can actually play, and one of the most dedicated ARG pursuits I've seen in years. The most predictable thing you'd expect from me at this point in a video is exactly what I'm going to say. If you're interested in this at all, and you've got the fortitude for horror games or want to see if you do, play Shipwreck 64 before continuing with this video.
True.
Go. Get on Steam.
Do it now.
Buy the game. I've put the link in the video description. When it opens, play the 2023 edition, get a good ending, then go to New Game for the 1997 edition. That's where the ride is, and do exactly what it tells you at the start. Don't play it the way you play 2023. Think outside the box. Indulge your curiosity. And if you get stuck, come back here. This video exists in 2 parts, segmented by YouTube's chapter system. The first is a pure playthrough guide, which runs from Layer 0 through Layer 5, and includes specific segments titled for precise bookmarking. I'll show you how to proceed so
Tolo-
you can move forward on your own, and you can keep
Didn't Tolo
returning
say there's
to
only
get
4
unstuck
layers?
if you need to. No spoilers for the gold. You've got room to find lore and enjoy secret discovery as
40
a
hours of
natural
Tolo
player
VODs, I didn't watch
experience,
this.
because I'm putting those in the second part of the video, starting at Layer 6. I'll even tell you how to survive, so you'll get to enjoy the scares without being absolutely destroyed. Unless you want the full jolt, in which case, charge on at any point, and only reference the guide once you hit a wall. And there are moments where you really might need to, This is not an easy game to play at certain points if you don't have an intuitive moment or a hint. ARG difficulty went into this one. Again, the link is in the video description. If you have the taste for games like this, if you're able to do so physically and mentally, then do it. Please do it. Even if you need to have a friend sit with you over Discord while streaming the gameplay, even if you have to play it as a streamer and keep talking with chat, even if you have to play in the daytime with the window curtains open, and if you've got a controller for your PC, use it. This
Oh,
is
chat,
a
let's play
landmark moment
Shipwreck
for
64.
horror nonfiction
Play it
and
now and then
indie
come back to those
horror
videos.
games, and I'd like you to be part of it. Give Shipwreck 64 a shot. And remember, this is not a journey easily conducted alone. So if I'm all you've got, I'll be your companion in the darkness, even here. Come back whenever you need. And it goes without saying, but if you really cannot endure horror games without playthrough videos, then please enjoy the
96
longest
hours.
dedicated
Why 96
scripted
hours? I'll
video
finish this in like
I've
2
ever
hours.
made on a topic in the history of Nightmind thus far. And even I'm surprised I'm saying that. I'm officially one of those ridiculously long video essay guys now if I somehow wasn't before, huh? Only you, Shipwreck 64.
True, Doc. True.
Only you. If you've
Yes.
completed the game or seen a playthrough all the way to the true ending, hover over the timeline and begin this video at the second part labeled Layer 6, Secrets and Mysteries, or just open the chapter system in the video description. All the big things to talk about.
Now we'll
along
watch through the
with
whole
more
thing.
Inspiration and piecing together the story. Any important audio logs, notes, and discoveries will be included there, not in the playthrough section.
Get Nicole to play it.
Layer 7
No, I don't
is
think
a
Nicole
review
plays.
and critique of Shipwreck 64's
Oh,
design
really?
as a horror game and unfiction experience, and how the
You didn't miss
components
the
work.
meat and
Layer
potatoes
8
yet.
is
This
a
is still
history
just the
of its
introduction.
development, a story well worth knowing. And now that you have the guideposts, it's time to put the cartridge into the console.
Basically, it's just an introduction. He's literally starting it he's starting it now, actually. So perfect timing. Ding! Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. No?
The backstory given on the Steam page is hinted at during the game, and the developers designed it with two versions. 2023, the way the game was intended to be in its conception, and 1997, which is what ended up on store shelves, unlocked after completing 2023. Both versions begin with the same faithful restoration of the title screen. Players then find themselves in the walkable menu. You can select New Game or continue from a save. Behind Bucky, you have settings and any bonuses you've collected. On the wall is an interesting drawing by Liz B. You can stop the
There she
music
is.
here by interacting with the tape recorder on the bed and enjoy the glow of the computer on the table. In the settings, you can make an interesting choice. Online play, which opens the door for a special friend.
I don't think Tolo ever did this, right?
If you go through with this, the chance of it happening is very rare, but from what I've heard, it's not scary, just helpful. You can also choose the CRT effect, which is awesome, and your choice of button
I think
mapping for
Tolo,
authenticity.
someone in Tolo's chat room said
Outside, you can enjoy
the
view of
multiplayer
water and
function
the skybox,
did work,
or
but
go
now
back
it
to
doesn't
the
work.
title screen.
Like apparently the
When ready,
Squeaks
proceed with new game.
or
Brand
Squeaks the
new players will
Corgi
not see
said that the
1997
online
built in,
functionality used to
just
work, but now it doesn't work.
2023.
So it's just
Shipwrecked
there.
as it was intended to be, recreated using a game design dock and older assets. Lock in the choice, and off you go, with a bit of background by the dev team after the trailer.
Hey,
Oh god.
I need your help.
Step into the 3D realm with Bucky and his friend. Explore
God, this game's music is so good.
Hopefully, bring your friends back to safety.
So what do you say, buddy? Let's go rescue the gang.
I do wonder, is that like actual physical props or is it like 3D models? Or maybe it's a mix of both.
Hello, welcome to Shipwreck 64.
Pretty cool though, it was physical.
2023.
Like, full-ass
64 was meant to
physical
release in
suits that he
1997,
made?
but was pulled after 3 days for reasons we now know. We have been working on trying to restore the game. This is the closest possible thing to a finished copy. We were able to transfer most of the game to new software, but had to fill some gaps ourselves. This version of the game is mostly clean.
Yeah, it's really good.
We're introduced to day 1 on the island from the edge of the beach.
It has like a
and
really
Bucky
good
talks to us, his new friend, about his
stylization
predicament, and controls, naturally.
between real and
The first
fake.
stop is the door immediately ahead, in a place called the Hall. It's where you sleep at midnight each day. Working to save your friends moves time forward, and you'll at least end up on day 2 in a flawless run. There are 2 main areas outside the beach, the living quarters and the park, where you'll find your friends, all of whom have tasks to appease the wolves living on the island. They have nothing happy to say, because the local volcano has become active and will erupt in a matter of days, giving you extra reason.
Yeah, he did a good
to get out
job.
here
Well, they
quick.
did a good job of mixing like
A word
real
before we get
footage with
started.
3D.
There are chests throughout the game you'll encounter that unlock secrets in the bonus area of the walkable hub. They're all images, only a few important for the lore, and I have forgotten specific locations for most of them since they disappear after initial playthrough, but it's not of consequence. You're going to find most on your own by natural progression. We'll go over the secrets that stack in the bonus area later in the video after the
Yeah, I guess that's why it's so
playthrough
good. Like, you
And
don't know.
those secrets
I
of
couldn't tell if it
major
was like
importance
real
are
physical
the lore
props or
elements within the
3D.
game. You're not missing out, really. Just open any chest you see whenever they appear. In the living quarters, you'll find Walter Walrus.
Stay
who got
out
one
the
of your
water,
party's boats
Bucky.
stuck in the local
Oh,
dam.
oh, oh.
Get the gates open, and you can free it. You just have to stay still if it suddenly gets dark, and Walter doesn't have an explanation why. Players may find this level the most challenging. It's all platforming. Wall jumps, spatial judgment, rotating platforms. It's not ridiculously hard, but it takes realizing you can build up speed by running and assist your movement by leaning into the walls you're jumping at. Go down the hallways and platform
Paulo
your
did
way
do
to
some
a
pretty
switch at the
sick
end of
tricks,
each
though.
area to open 3
I gotta say,
underwater gates.
when it came to like
Then
platforming.
hop in the boat and sail out to free Walter. Giovanni Goose is inside the theater, hanging out in the back. The theater door is at the end of the wide path in the living quarters. Giovanni's an irritable chef put on kitchen duty, but apparently can't turn dials because of his wings. Odd
Sad.
excuse for why he needs Bucky. But flimsy scenarios to help
But
characters
Bucky
in
doesn't
silly
have fingers.
situations were common in Nintendo 64 games, so it's very on point in its design. To help Giovanni,
Bucky just has
run around
nubs.
and interact with the ovens once they turn red. Smoke will be an indicator to help you see them. Get all the ovens, and your goose won't be cooked. Olive Otter is in the park, near a cabin. Her debt to the
Hey,
wolves is
watch
collecting
it.
coconuts,
Hey, watch
and
it.
you're going to help. Actually, you're going to do it yourself while Olive just follows you around. Open chests and slap trees to shake them loose, collecting 30 before time's up. So that's all your friends taken care of, but you're not free yet. Head to Town Hall, located in the park, to meet Chief Wolf, who knows where the remains
You notice
of
that
your other
Bucky's
boat ended
always
up.
like looking
Apparently,
slightly
the 4 of you
down,
came
like
here
he's
in 2 boats.
sad.
You'll need to collect
Or he
the
doesn't wanna,
pieces
like,
of
look at
Slumber Woods,
someone.
and can find them by using an admittedly modern touch found in most games now, making the developers back in the 90s incredibly forward-thinking. Bucky says to use the Z button, but for those of you on controller, it's the left trigger to highlight your boat pieces. Pick them up and drop them in the parts bin while avoiding the local horned rabbit skull monster named Horns.
Give me
Once
that
you get
side
them
eye.
all, Chief Wolf will promise to fix it up, and on your way out, you can look past the gate in the hall to see... Wow, what the hell happened to him?
Whoa,
A blue
where's...
rabbit with bones sticking out of his arms.
Wait,
How did this end up in a game on the market for a major company dealing with
there he
children's
is.
animations?
I can't see because it's too dark.
Anyway, you can do the tasks in any order, and once finished, Bucky will tell you that you're good to go and can head back to the boat.
Buckheart has
At
a
which point, you'll be
stumbler
given a choice.
model.
Leave the island now, which will give you a basic
Now.
ending showing your 4 characters sailing away on the 2 boats you came in with, leaving all the wolves to die when the volcano erupts. Or you can keep exploring, as long as you watch the time, because, you know, active volcano. If you choose to keep exploring, Bucky will suggest you return to Town Hall. Take him up on it, and you'll find that odd blue rabbit is open to talk to now. This is Stumbler O'Hare, who used to live in town until he was disarmed. You can guess how. He's an artist who wants to impress a girl rabbit he's seen around, but could use some help. So you go with him to a cave system to collect ink for his work, and to help him keep his canvas from falling over. Stumbler is the only character with fully voiced lines out of everyone you'll meet, an interesting touch. Now that he's done, Stumbler plans to put up his art piece in the theater, Meet him over there, and he'll thank you again for your help. Then remember he left some pieces in Town Hall. So you run right back and meet... a blue beaver? No, not quite a beaver. Interesting look, though. This is JD, and he has a secret. There's a whole barge on the island, but the only way to get there is through the volcano. He can lead you, and you can save the island. Only you, though. They never let him do it. This will activate a time platforming run. Real final level stuff. Very classic. If you haven't learned the momentum, speed, and cliff climbing mechanics yet, you're getting a trial by fire and lava.
Literally,
If you fall, you start from the beginning as expected. Complete it in time and JD will show you the barge, big enough to save everyone.
Whoa. Bing, bing, bing. That's a huge boat with a house.
And there you are. Island saved, including the wolves, the true good ending. But here's a question. Can you fail the games all the way into day 5? Yes, actually. Spend your coconut gathering task.
Hey, watch it. Hey, watch it. Hey, watch it.
Until the penalties knock the timer out. Let Giovanni's ovens blow up with a smile like a little pyromaniac. And step out of line when the screen goes dark while rescuing Walter's boat to get hooked and dragged off screen like a fish to fry. All leading to Volcano Day. Mess around in the last few hours and...
Oh, jeez. F. Could you imagine living in a place and then living in a place near a volcano and it erupts? That's pretty spooky. I don't like this. Nope. Are Hawaii people just used to active volcanoes? Do they have like protocols in place where like, hey, if one erupts, you should probably do this?
So, that does it for 2023. 2 boats for an ending with your crew.
Rip.
The bad ending with everyone submerged in lava. Or the barge ending with everyone saved. What you really care about, though, is your ending. Unlocking version 1997. Now the fun begins.
Hey, everyone! I need your help!
Oh, it's as common as hurricanes? Wow.
So what do you say, buddy? Let's go rescue the gang!
Man, too bad this game came DOA because it released the same year as Final Fantasy 7.
Welcome to Shipwreck 64, 1997. Information on the game has been very sparse since its soft launch in 1997. The game would not work on any emulators, but after some tinkering, we built our own for this game. Developed by Cogware Games, 2 ex-devs helped us create this version. This game may have some glitches or artifacts. It is not for the faint of heart.
Some glitches.
This is exactly how we found the game.
Only some.
Unaltered. And then we launch into Shipwrecked, on the edge of the beach. Loki gives us the same rundown.
There is no Final Fantasy VII remake in passing today.
Examining the beach, nothing looks different. Easy enough to just proceed to the living quarters or the park. Once in either area, you may notice a change related to an item of curiosity from earlier. Locked doors that were never used in the 2023 run have signs next to them. Go ahead, approach one. Try to read the sign.
Moncor. Did he add that in post, or is that how the game is?
International at 1520
All right.
in 230 degrees 7 up. Cabin close. Temperature 33. Dew point 1.
What was that?
Seems pretty normal.
Security footage of some big blue creature, like one of the suits we saw in the trailer for Shipwrecked. And the language on the sign, definitely not legible on first read. There's immediately more here than the original design document planned. Run to the other locked door in the park, now with its own sign, and the language is similar.
Alright. You know, chat, I forgot to show you. I saw rats. I saw a rat running across the steps in the park.
But the music slows down and almost falls out of beat. The first elements that suggest why this game may have been removed from shelves 3 days after launch.
Pretty cute, actually.
Signs in these locations suggest we should be able to access these doors, even if we can't read the language. But how? Attempting either of the good endings in this version leads to both good endings. Understand?
There's a cute mouse.
You can leave with your friends, or you can leave with everyone on the barge. But suppose you're a completionist in 1997 who only has access to this version and wants to see the bad ending, or you're still figuring out mechanics.
Mouse.
Suppose you're just not that good a player, or you're a child who's not quite getting the hang of things right away. The easiest minigame to slip on would be Walters, right? Easy enough to miss the cue to stop by a second too late when the lights go out. Those hooks are sharp, huh? Walter says. I know you've got this, though. Come on, you can do it. So of course you try again, and...
Oh, like a weird picture there. A weird image.
Hold on. Did you catch that in the skybox? Let's roll that back a moment. Someone's head watching you from all the way down the path, beyond the horizon. But that's not all. Did you see a difference for the hook animation this time? That's blood. No mistake about it. And from our perspective the first time, it was hard to catch, but slow it down enough, and you see it. Now we've got to go back. There was something there, and as a player, you're deeply curious. We approach Walter again, and he goes through his welcome script for just a couple of lines. Are you paying attention? Hello? You're just skipping past all of this, aren't you? You're as inconsiderate as I remember. Almost funny if it weren't for the circumstances. We've got exploring to do though. But move too fast, and you're hooked a third time.
Is that
to a black screen for just a little too long.
stare? Wake the fuck up, samurai.
It's not even midnight. He's just gone. Period. right after seeing Bucky the mascot looking over someone to the sound of tearing meat. The previously locked door with the odd sign is now open to us,
Hey,
but you
Choo.
have options. Failing Walter's game changed the experience, brought us a cutscene, and unlocked this door. What would happen if we visited someone else and failed their game? At this point, right here, maybe not technically,
Think your money.
but like a door. You can proceed with this information however you like. Explore your options to your heart's content, and return here if you get stuck. Once again, I've labeled segments of the YouTube timeline for this video to help you find precisely which area you've hit a wall at. As for those who still want to follow along, when it comes to minigames to fail, who would be fastest? Olive, right? We can make that clock move ourselves. So over to Olive into the game and we slap the timer down. On exit, we try again, entering the coconut area, and there's only one action that makes sense.
Please do not the Olive Otter.
Hey, watch it! Hey, watch it! Hey, watch it!
I don't know what the origin of that is. Like, do not the something.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
You showed up at the door again. I don't know what to do. Something about us just felt wrong.
My favorite is when Tolo's chat spams T-Dog Ah whenever he plays this recording.
You showed up at the door again. I don't know what to do.
Moncor.
Immediately, there's a lot to analyze. The location, the footage, that thing on the side at the very end. Again, Bucky as a mascot outfit is at the center of someone's vision, and the context is clearer than ever. He showed up at the door again. I don't know what to do. Something about him just felt wrong. And then Olivia, the caller, was attacked. The end piece on the side of the screen. It looks like a much more horrifying Olive Otter, doesn't it? Return to the island and try Olive's script. Shards of glass were stuck everywhere. A thick trail stretched from the broken window, and it led directly into the water. Oscar, Lima, India, Victor, India, Alpha. Olivia, spelled out using NATO's phonetic alphabet. Entering her minigame again, you realize there are no trees to finish the count, and Olive is slow to follow you. With no other option, you finish what you started, becoming the Bucky in the video you witnessed.
Watch it!
Damn, whose stomach's rumbling? Who's hungry? Yeah, we got ads. Should I start the video? I remember when Tolo first got this. He was like, chills.
Now Olive is gone too. The pieces are easy to put together. Olivia, the caller, must have been the mascot actor for Olive Otter, brutalized by Bucky's actor and drowned outside her residence. But in what context? And why? And what does that mean for Walter? Was Bucky the last thing he saw while he was mutilated? that sound of tearing flesh. The locked door near Olive is open now too, but there's one more character in Bucky's friend group. After a scene like that, we can't leave it be. We run to Giovanni Goose, but not to help him. On the way through the theater, you'll see a film. Stumbler holding some kind of large doll, making a sudden movement and a distortion of Olive? The Olive we saw a flash of though, like an eyeless corpse of her, bloated from the lake. And again, Bucky emerging from the shadows in an office setting. The scene repeats. We head to Giovanni, convince him we're offering a hand in the kitchen. We let the ovens explode. We come back, then do it again. And after the second time, he won't talk to us. Try the prompt again and again, and his script isn't activating.
This scare got so many people. Including me the first time.
We've had hints of violence in failing the other minigames, but that was absolutely brutal. Bloody, savage murder. What could even come after a third failure with a character like this?
Oh.
We try him again, and his audio is distorted.
Alerta.
And Giovanni is gone too. The way things went with him and Olive, we can assume the worst for Walter. And the nature of what we saw with Giovanni, security camera footage with a date.
I wonder, is that all CG?
At the very start of January 1990,
has to be, right?
Someone wearing the Bucky costume committed at least 3 murders, including another character actor. It's unknown yet if it all occurred the same day or why, but we do know we're playing a character whose history includes being the costume for
really
a
good job of like
slasher.
So, yeah, because it seems like it's real as well, like real props and stuff.
We could interact with. Is there anything with Chief Wolf?
Obviously, it didn't pop on real life, but like, you know,
play Chief Wolf's
it could be like someone in a Bucky suit and they got like a puppet or something.
Run into horns 3 times, and on the 3rd, you get what you're after.
What I guess an indie company. Oh yeah. I guess an indie company making, you know, full ass physical suits would be pretty expensive. Yeah, what is that on the screen? Because you see that a lot.
Chief Wolf asks what you're doing here, and if you want answers. He says there's nothing for you here, but he'd feel bad if you left empty-handed, so he's leaving you a treat to check out on
He's 18 apparently? That is actually insane.
When you return, you'll find Chief Wolf gone. And as
that's
for the
nuts.
treat, it's the vision overlay
10 years younger than I am.
Which comes in handy for Stumbler's level in trying to collect all the ink jars. And something else, actually, which isn't on our path for this playthrough, but we'll return to it in the Secrets and Mysteries.
You don't even need a suit?
What we need to see regarding Stumbler is if it's even possible to fail his minigame. And it is, but you'll find some things waiting for you on entry.
You don't need any suit, nor, tools?
This is one of the brilliant horrors of the 1997 version.
Alright, webcam mocap.
Minigame.
Alright, webcam mocap is always awful. Well, it depends.
Olive will follow you around. Eyeless. Giovanni's ovens will appear and explode. Walter's lights out moments will occur. Sometimes you get more than one. Bucky's murders haunt him. And you. As for failing Stumbler, it turns out you can.
Booba? Sorry.
The doll from the projector video reappears, and Stumbler isn't dead, nor is Bucky present. A new mystery for us. As with the others, that clears Stumbler from access, but it
Did you see
won't
his
unlock the
arms?
door
His
down the
hands had
hall.
like green screen
Nothing
things on
unlocks
them.
that door to the best of my knowledge at this moment. Don't drive yourself mad trying to open it. Instead, you have some unlocked doors you can open. Everyone else is gone. It's just you and whatever's down there. From this point, you're able to go off on your own again, exploring the unlocked doors. And one of the easiest paths for learning how this game's going to work going forward is to use Giovanni's unlocked door, heading all the way through until you discover you suddenly have a lot of reading that will be very helpful. Things become rather logical from there and allow progression, even if a moment hits while exploring where you just can't seem to get a clue. If you're going with the guide for this, though, let's go in order of how we saw our friends off. The door near the place Walter used to be opens to another beach. This area is the waterway, connected to the dam where he lost his boat. In one spot to the right, you'll find a unique room with blue paneling containing a trophy head of horns, a mirror, a poster and notes, and a wolf on a bed, who's died. The note is about obelisks and reads, "Today, me and Liz were listening to music. Suddenly the song changed and a loud rumbling was heard. 3 large obelisks began to rise from the water. Golden statues of the 3 pure souls rested on top." The poster is of Walter, advertising meet and greets at Frontier Street from 6 to 8 p.m., Tuesday and Friday, only at studio grounds. Copyright Broadside 1996. Further down, past some bunk beds, you'll find a door. The lights are off inside, but among all the computers, you'll see a closet. In there is a switch to power the whole room, turning on the lights and computers. One in particular is worth watching. A false wall, halfway along the boat ride from this beach. Okay, clear progression path. What else can we check out first? If we head back to the first beach and take the other way to the left through the door, we find a room with canvases, the first of which falls over, depicting a rabbit. On the wall is a drawing, the same from the menu area, by Liz B. Go through the lower door, and you'll encounter a walkway and chalkboard. It's all interesting, but in different ways. Hate Mark on the right side, a rabbit in the middle, and on the left, RXBC and some rows under the letters. That one word, not, suggests someone was trying something here and didn't get it right. Remember this board. The end of the walkway presents a door, leading into a very open green space. There's nothing of use here at the moment, so return to the waterway and the canvas room. Another door is here at the top of the stairs, allowing you onto the walkway for this side. Down the path is an open entrance to some cabins and a tape recorder on the wall. Code is RXBC.
Hmm.
Interesting. Now, follow the video we saw earlier and jump from the boat at the false wall, then up the wall jumping section, past some wolves out of reach. Explore the upper area to see a keypad and a gate. There's a fence wall overlooking the cabins we just visited, with the tape recorder, a subtle hint about what to do. We have a 4-digit keypad, a chalkboard with RXBC over 4 columns, and a tape recorder that said, "Code is RXBC," reading off NATO alphabet speech. These 3 things go together. For this, you'll need something to write down what you hear. The solution is to have the recording laid out in front of you, then count the amount of times you hear Romeo, X-Ray, Bravo, and Charlie.
Hmm.
The first digit to the keypad is the count for Romeo, the second for X-Ray, and so on, all leading to 6224. Head through the gate and the door, and find yourself on the walkway between the sides of the building over the water. At the end, hit the switch.
He's up in Val. Rep. Oh no. Well, it is like the first of the month, right? So yeah.
And as you come back, something odd on the upper layer.
Unlucky.
A new statue?
Hmm.
Back on the beach, boat side, we get a good look at the obelisks, which resemble Liz's drawing. Stumbler, Chief Wolf, and JD. Take the boat over, jump between the open spaces in the obelisk, and access the door in JD's. It's a long spiral staircase down, but not long enough to annoy you as a player. Just keep running and you'll reach the door at the bottom in about 20 seconds or less. Through here, you'll find evidence of the original developers, Cogwork Games. There's one more gate and one more door. Just get to the other side of the small Chief Wolf statue, hit the button near the golden computer, and you're all set. Through here is a new kind of hub, and evidence of 2 more areas to pass through. Easy enough to figure out. They're the other 2 doors unlocked on the upper side, where Olive and Giovanni used to be. You'll probably find the first time you enter that Bucky has something to say. The smell's atrocious. We should leave. We should save. Yeah, we don't gotta walk back. You can open the menu and hit respawn, and we'll be on our merry way. If you do this, Bucky will thank you when you respawn above. Or you can ignore him and charge through the next door, prompting him to protest with angry eyes. He really doesn't want to be down.
Angry.
Lucky for Bucky, we're headed back up. There are 2 locked doors waiting for us, and the order doesn't matter. We'll follow the pattern of our kills just to keep things symmetrical. Return to Olive's area and head through the door, leading down a flight of stairs into the pool, as the Art of Olive says on the wall. Around the corner, an area is gated off, redirecting you to the only accessible door, through a room of computers and lockers and into a space with a few options for entry. The first door we'll take leads to an odd space. A Bucky statue, a poster for pool rules, a code on the wall, and a tape recorder between 2 computers.
Woo!
Was that Chief Wolf walking down the waterway with another wolf? Wonder what they're up to. Code is ECDC, huh? In a room with a recorder playing the tune for Hot Cross Buns. Next, go to the prior room and head to the right, finding a switch.
Yo,
Guessing it must do something,
old sport.
though it's not immediately obvious.
How you doing? Welcome to the
through a locker room
4-hour watch along.
The side locker room has a door into the previously gated area.
We're watching Night Mine.
That must have been what the switch unlocked.
Night Mine on YouTube.
Head through into the other door, and we'll find ourselves back in the open green area with a tape recorder.
Hello, this is Wolf. I was using one of the SHIPWRECKED computers around the place, and would you look at what I found? Online, they have a bunch of sheet music everywhere, so I could just take one, print it off, and play it on my piano. It's lovely. I found this one song I want to try. It's called
What a song name.
Sheet music on a piano. A tape recording of Hot Cross Buns. Code is ECDC. As with the waterway, the pieces go together. But this takes looking up the sheet music for Hot Cross Buns, which Wolf was trying to say. Variations of it do use the notes E, C, and D. Count the notes in the section we heard, and what's the result? 3 E notes, 7 C notes, 7 D notes, 3777. Now, where's a keypad we can put that into? Return to the white-walled area and go through the waterfall, an old video game classic. Head down and through another waterfall, then do some wall jumping with the smaller one. Up top, around the corner, area unlocks a gate with a 4-colored banner. Red, blue, blue, green. From the odds, you would associate red with 8, blue with 3, and green with 9. So, follow the pattern 8339, and you've opened that gate. Next is a single red banner.
No.
Only one logical thing to try, right? All 8s, and yes, you're allowed in. Don't worry so much about the audio in this hallway. It's an echo of what you'll hear much more clearly in the room at the end. Welcome to the Frontier Street Museum, a small collection of items related to Bucky Beaver and his history. Selecting any of the notes on the walls will tell you about the piece
Steamboat Willie?
And that audio over the speaker gives us some history on Bucky, his friends, why they have mascot costumes, and a man named Rex. In quick summation, Bucky and his friends are cartoon characters made by the animator Rex after he sold his first hit creation, a rabbit named Blot, to a company who ended up owning the intellectual property rights. With Bucky and his friends, Rex actually retained the rights and had legal power, which turned his career around. 2 theme parks followed based on Broadside's works. Broadside Beach, an island destination accessible via cruise ship, and the much more practical Studio Grounds. We know from the poster of Walter that Studio Grounds was operating in 1996. We know from the footage of Giovanni's murder that Bucky the Slasher committed
I wish I could be
killing
buried
spree
too.
in January
Dang.
1990. Was this at Broadside Beach or Studio Grounds? Funny how the game we're playing takes place on an island, right? Like the Broadside Beach attraction. In fact, what did we just use to get down here? A theater, a diner, then a gallery, and now a museum dedicated to Broadside's history. Also on the island are a waterway, dam, and a pool connected to a park. Seems pretty reflective of a theme park's layout, especially for an island. Another note. Rex the animator died in the 80s due to unknown circumstances. What exactly happened to him? While thinking that over, find the switch in this area, give it a click, and watch a gate in the diner lift away. Return there and go into the newly accessible door, leading back to the hub area. Now, time for the keypad ahead. The code is a clever game development trick. Tap all the switches on the wall, then check out which numbers suddenly appear on the computer. 4923. Unlock the gate with this, and in the next room, you'll find a wolf just hanging around a computer. He doesn't have much to say, asking if you're lost and telling us we should go back. But what happens if you stay and tap that switch? It opens a browser tab on your computer to what's displayed on the monitor.
As soon as you push that button, I got a text message.
It talks about the company, made up of 3 friends out of Silicon Valley. Connor Thomas, Elizabeth Baker, and Harry Waters. They enjoy making games for all audiences, even including adult humor, which explains Stumbler O'Hare. A snippet on the side informs visitors that Cogware is using the soon-to-be-released Unreal Engine, with a screenshot of work being done on Shipwrecked. Back to the game, the only way now is forward. Down the hallway, the look changes, and includes 2 notes from Connor, head of Cogware. He says this room is for staff only, and we should feel free to hit respawn. The note further in says if we really want to go
Pretty interesting to watch it again, though.
Just be warned. So of course we're headed down. That wolf was quick, but once he's gone, we've got some drawings to examine, while some eerie music plays.
Now! That's what says on the wall.
Stumbler and Bucky? With his third eye open? The warning "Stop Now" is clear, and a game of Hangman. A word or name, 7 letters, missing 2. Could it be Brandon? We head through the door at the bottom of the stairs.
Who turned off the lights? Oh, there.
It's clear from the notes left by Cogware and Bucky's dialogue that this is not a trip for the easily frightened. Nothing else encountered so far has had such a haunting atmosphere. It's dark, and there's just a candle, a sign, and a tape recorder. You can play it to hear a bit of chilling narration, but won't be able to read the label or the sign. Explore all you want in this section, but there's only one door. Enter a small wood-paneled room with bold red paint on the floor and walls. Someone's lying, and someone's mad. Look me in the eye and tell me, some graffiti says on the upper level before the next area. Out here, more woods, and a computer with a new page on the screen. Tap the switch and your browser opens to A Helping Nub by Stumbler and Wolf.
I almost want to like watch Tolo playthroughs again, actually. I mean like rewatch the VODs.
This is another jumping off point for those who'd like to move ahead. If you reference the video guide to solve some of the puzzles on the way here, you'll find that Stumbler and Wolf's guide gives a total rundown on the ciphers you've encountered and those you'll continue to run into. It doesn't cover the entirety of solutions for certain things, but it is the majority. Again, if you get stuck, come back here. Otherwise, read the guide through carefully, keep the tab open, and charge on ahead. Just remember what certain sections say before you do that. Keep your ears and eyes open, and be proactive. As for those of us still here, let's read this together. About the authors. Truthfully, it doesn't tell us much we don't know, aside from Chief Wolf having been directly responsible for Walter, Olive, and Giovanni being put to work. Stumbler does the art for the guide, and Wolf does writing and research. Where Am I is the first big info link. Layer 3 is where you are right now. As you may know, the island is split into layers. For instance, Layer 1 is the island, outskirts, and any attached missions. Layer 2 consists of a pool, a diner, and a waterway. And now, you're in Layer 3, the Land of Darkness. That's okay though. If you come properly prepared, you should be equipped to either venture even further, or keep yourself safe. To open the gate to move to the next zone, locate and charge the computers to 3 out of 3. Once it's open, find the gate control and turn it on. The written info may confuse you trying to apply it, but the logic in playing is very clear when you get to it. The candle, your most important tool in Layer 3. The rest of the text just explains that it'll always appear with you in dark areas, no need to worry. Computers. Prevalent in Layer 3, built by Silvertech. The standard model provides browser tabs on your computer. The golden version is activated with a timer. Once they are on, you will need to find each of them and turn them all on before the timer hits 0. I'll try to leave a map as to where to locate these computers. Dwellers, also known as starlings, are creatures who live in the darkness of Layer 3. Donning the faces of Bucky's own friends, they will wander around the dark, searching for any unfortunate little beaver who happens to stumble into their path. Awakened when Walter, Giovanni, or Olive are brought down into Layer 3. They will stalk around the dark, and eventually make their presence known. You cannot rely on your menu to keep you safe. Look for a barrel and interact with it to hide away. While a dweller may follow you around in Layer 3, that doesn't mean they won't try to follow you elsewhere. Stay alert. You may not be as safe as you think. If a barrel or any other objects appear to be off or moving, repeatedly hit it until it vanishes. We're then given the code 7418 to use if captured by a dweller, who will drop Bucky in a cell. It's the means to escape. Beaver Scratch. This explains the signs we've been seeing. It's a simple letter pairing swap code. A is B, C is D, and so on and so forth. The fastest way to decipher this without writing it all down is to remember what letter comes before or after whatever letter you're looking at. And in time, you'll remember what letters stand for what. For instance, the tape recorder on the pier was labeled Olivia. The sign after it said, "Where we lie." Whenever you see B, think A. Whenever you see F, think E. Beaver Scratch is mostly flavor text for the world. You'll seldom use it for any kind of solving, but there will be at least one moment. And by the way, yes, you can actually email Stumbler at that address.
I don't think Tolo never did this.
Work. But with the popularity of Shipwrecked, it has largely become exhausting for Stumbler to reply.
I don't actually know if that works.
Don't count on it, especially as the information he'd have to give is now available through a variety of sources by those who have experienced this journey. Cipher Guide. This is crucial, and if you hadn't managed to unlock the other areas before, this would have been what gave you the answers to figure things out. When we made it through the waterway with the NATO phonetic alphabet code, we were using what's referred to as the Shakespeare cipher. Listen to the message, count the hits for words that start with that letter, and there's your count. The Mozart cipher was used for hot cross buns. Music is the key, and sheet music is specifically what you need once you understand what the song is. Listen to the section, find the sheet music, count the notes, and you're off and running. Picasso cipher. If you hadn't written down what the color paintings were in the gallery, this has you covered, but pay attention to what's written about this. Last thing, there's 2 more colors, but they've honestly slipped my mind. If you see them, write them down. You'll need them.
Really, Matt Pat thought that it was 3 blind mice instead of hot cross buns.
According to Wolf and Stumbler, they don't know if there is a layer 4, but recent searches have shown some kind of paradise down there. There are 2 tasks to open the gate to the apparent layer 4. Find a computer with a video containing crystals. If we visited the pool, we know what to do. That means a music code. Then there's a tape recorder with the code for the workstation computers and a hint to look for it in Stumbler's home away from home. A note says to play it far from Giovanni. He can hear them. So at least the dweller looking like Giovanni can pick up on noise. Step 3. Go to the sky hallway and look for the door with a music note, then press the button to begin. The monitors will instruct how to proceed. As for task 2, find the batteries and drop them off in the basement at the computer there. There will be 1 in the office, 1 on the rooftops, and 1 in the cave. That will set us free. Okay, this is a lot of information, but we have it on a browser tab we can flip back to whenever we need, so let's get moving. Ah, but there's 1 more link. What do I draw? Oh, looks like Stumbler is dealing with burnout, the poor thing. He gives his email to receive suggestions on something to draw to maybe help him on his way. But as of January 15th, he says he's now full on suggestions and has made more friends these past few weeks than in his whole life. I wouldn't worry about sending art ideas to Stumbler for a while. Back to the new area. Outside the computer, we know our tasks. And according to Stumbler and Wolf, we're not alone. Keep an eye and an ear out. There are 3 doors around you, 1 related to each character area unlocked on the way to the hub. You do not need to complete the computer charging task in all 3, you only need 2. But we'll go over how each one works. To the immediate left, you'll find a path leading to Olive's area, resembling the pool architecture. 1 switch is on the wall, easy to get. Down the way, past a room with some computers, you'll find what looks like an office, which includes a mirror, an image of a drowning Olive, a computer with an odd screenshot, and a tape recorder. The code to the keypad next to the mirror has to be around here, right? Let's listen to that tape first, the beaver scratch for which reads devlog random.
Alright. Today is August 12th, 1996. We've been given the go-ahead to get back to work on the project. It's been rocky, but we're all getting back into it. Harry's been at his workstation all day, playing through, well, he's been stuck on Olive's level, the coconut one. Apparently, there's been an issue with the chests spawning in. They just appear at random, which is already bad. But then they soon vanish when you get too close. I'm really just not sure. It's very confusing. I'll figure it out soon, though. I'm sure of it. And Liz has been busy as always. She's trying to catch up on the game's artwork. We finally got a finalized design for the wolf guy, mostly changing his proportions, so we can share his animations with other characters if we need to. But yeah, she's killing it, as usual, and on my end, not too much. I'm just chipping away on a little debug map right now, calling it just the Plaza for now, until we can think of a cooler name for it. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. I'm gonna keep recording these. They're very fun, for sure. Alright, see ya!
That must have been Connor, since he spoke about Harry and Liz's production elements. You can find these throughout the game from here, along with notes on the wall for lore. Enjoy discovering the story at your pace, and if you miss any connections, we'll make them later in part 2. Now, this monitor is one of the reasons there are only 2 rooms you need to solve, because this takes having paid attention to any pop-ups during your playthrough with great visual memory. This is a matching pairs puzzle, and the place to look for the match is in your Steam achievements. Seriously. If you've won Olive's minigame even once, this achievement is unlocked. ACH_4742.
Oh.
That's the
That's what the
keypad
screenshot
code.
is.
Unlock the gate, tap
Whoa.
the switch, then jump to the tunnel you passed previously. In here, another keypad, another recorder. To save you the time, the music is the most recognizable portion of Ode to Joy. And again, the code is related to the notes played here. So count up the notes and you've got 9449. Head down the hall to the left, get the switch past the drawing of Olive, and then explore the only turn in the hall you haven't tried. One wall jump later, and you're looking at the gate control button in this area past the computer, showing a 3 out of 3 charge. Hit it, and you'll be transported back to the main room, where the Cogware logo is now yellow instead of red. One more area's computer to charge for the gate control. Let's say you go to the Writer, Stumbler, and Wolf's Guide computer for the next area. Try not to get lost in here. It's a bit maze-like. Take the left path immediately and follow it down to a computer and tape recorder. Observe the computer carefully. Do you remember the color code? Memorize the pattern, then input the numbers corresponding to each color. In this case, 8389. The gate is open, so head through down a ramp, spot the gate you'll go to when you unlock all switches here, and take a left. Notice above the opening that the odd statue from the waterway is in the window again. Strange recurring theme. Bucky's golden statues, and that thing. Head through, tap the switch, then head back up. Explore the right side of this area and you'll come across several more barrels you can interact with to hide Bucky, which is learning a new mechanic in a place that immediately sets you more on edge. And another tape recorder, devlog, progress. Exploring further, you can find one of Liz's drawings on the wall asking, "Who are you?" in regards to a golden statue on a pedestal, which appears to be the Bucky statue we've been seeing. Is she asking who Bucky is? Why would she do that? There are a bunch of underscores beneath. You can make out 7. 7 underscores, a game of hangman in the stairwell to layer 3, spelling out what appeared to be Brandon. Bucky? Brandon? Let's keep this in mind for later. Now, there's a keypad you'll find just past here on the wall. The code for this has to be around somewhere, and there's a computer in a small room here. In the computer room, you'll find a wall switch. That takes care of one of the charges for the gate control, so now you're at 2 out of 3. Try the switch on the computer here and it will open a video link. Magma. Don't get distracted by the audio. Observe the visual and the video description. From here on out, in fact, whenever a video opens from an action in the game, check the description. Check the comments, even. It's not something noted in Stumbler and Wolf's Guide and is easy to overlook when concentrated so deeply on the video itself. It may have been better design to have mentioned this. Magma's description reads, Mount Pinatubo? Look that up and you'll find it's a volcano that erupted in 1991. That's your keypad code. Plug it in to open the gate, strike that last switch, then head back.
Can't believe Bucky's running for president.
Run through the newly opened gate here and hit the switch. Just like that, you'll be back at the wood-paneled room, ready to leave under a bright green Cogware logo. And can't go back to that other side. What if you wanted to try the door straight ahead from Stumbler's computer, though? On entry, you'll come across 2 rooms with computers. The right is empty, the left has some graffiti. Is this where you were? Nearby is one of the switches, so tap that to get started charging this area's computer. Proceed down the hall past the horror of the Live Laugh Love sign and into a room full of computers with a grate in the floor. There's one keypad on the wall blocking off a switch, so that's a code we need to find. Head the other way to a new door.
Magma Lord. Huh. Wait.
That audio doesn't sound right at all.
Stay out of the water, Bucky.
What is that? Makes you really not want to go down there.
Stay out of the water.
You can keep going if you just take the VRChat translation and run with it to the keypad. 9281. Then inside, a tape recorder labeled Affirmations 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna sound like a madman recording one of these things. You know, I just kind of need to feel like I'm talking to someone, even if I'm not. So, yeah. Shit. Where to start? You know, this week hasn't been the greatest. Well, let's say that lightly. No, this week has been horrible. Everything feels like it's just going off the deep end, and I'm just starting to wonder how much I got left. Harley's still in the hospital, and until she's out, I'm sitting in this office. It's big, it's cozy, yet it feels so empty. Not a single soul has entered this room in days, aside from, myself. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Just remember your affirmations, and you'll be fine.
That was really different. A new character and interesting situation.
I really wish
the switch on the wall
Nightmind like made the audio logs louder in post.
Holds. We have to go
because
back
those
to
are
that
really
area with
quiet.
the strange audio.
Stay out of the water bucket. Yeah, I mean, it's spoilers, but that's Mark, right?
Ooh, not a trap. Got the switch, and the grate is open, leading to this area's gate control. Again, any combination of two area completions can work for unlocking the main gate under the Cogware logo. But once you do it, that's it. There is no return trip. Just you and that door. And everything you've been playing to see. This is the point at which Shipwreck 64 immediately becomes the game everyone's been hearing about.
Really?
Cogware warned you. I will warn you. The experience that follows is known as the Plaza, and it's where this game's reputation is earned.
Really?
And while you can see exactly what you're in for vicariously through other videos or streams, I am not going to spoil it for you.
Dude!
It's an experience that rewards those who truly enjoy horror games and effective designs. I am going to guide you through the solutions, and I'll teach you how to survive. But I'm not going to show you what's in here. There is no replicating the authentic experience or doing it justice in video. Obviously, this is the moment to head off on your own if you're ready to charge ahead. But I don't really advise charging into this one.
Is that the debug room?
Will we talk about it later openly? Of course. Don't worry. I can't sing this project's praises without doing so. But for now, hold that candle tighter. Steady your nerves. Be brave. This is where Cogware's been hiding the bulk of what they built into the game. The very first move you're likely to make after saving is going to the left into that small
insane.
building.
The people that made this. It's not just one guy, right? Is this one guy?
Are all right. If you hit this switch, it will open a tab to the Plaza.
Obviously, you
map,
know,
video by
there's the voice actors and stuff.
Nub, Stumbler's channel, which is a cool surprise. Will come up again at a few points and has some lore for us later. To be very honest, this map is not helpful for your situation. Your survival is going to largely be hindered by trying to memorize and rely on it or use it at all. Disregard it, you're going to use mental mapping and familiarity through exploration, and opening this tab in this place may put you in severe danger. Ignore it and listen very closely, because listening closely is going to save your life. Being observant, period, is going to save your life. Do you remember the odd sounds we heard here in the area with the beaver scratch monitor? That's just one type of sound to listen for while you're moving around in the plaza. Remember, computer sounds like the kind you'll hear in this spot are okay, but if you hear anything else, find a barrel and hide immediately. Wait it out. Do not leave. Observe your surroundings using the camera controls, but don't leave until it passes. If something goes wrong, and you will know it when it does, run until you can break line of sight and get into a barrel and just wait. And while I can tell you listening for sounds will save you most of the time, also be observant visually. If you see anything weird,
is he not gonna?
It's in progress.
Is he not gonna show the jump scares?
Spot it somewhere in the area. get in the barrel. Do not watch. Move quickly.
Bend cover.
Now, what do we do when we're not hiding and getting a mental cover? This is where the two tasks come in from Stumbler and Wolf's Guide. You have a computer defined that opens a video, and you have some codes to solve. Exploring your surroundings is crucial to surviving the plaza. You need to establish a mental map in terms of where things are in relation to other things. Explore, explore, explore. Read the notes and play the tape recorders if you're feeling brave, especially if you're looking for lore.
That's pretty funny,
but
though.
Really observe where you see computers with
I like how
Nine
Mind's like going super hard on the whole like.
Be very careful. If you hear any scary noises hiding in a barrel, this is the scariest thing in the video game.
To get out if you end up in here. Somewhere in the center of the plaza, you'll find an enclosed space. The walls made up of gates.
And then you
Inside
like
is a save canvas. One of the computers.
Then you watch Tolo, and he's like,
and a computer with a switch. This is where you get the crystals video. As soon as you've got it open in a tab, pause it and get back to the game. If you hear sounds, run to a barrel and wait them out. While exploring,
did Nightmind play this on stream?
Another gallery. There are 2 more color number paintings here. The couple that are missing from the guide. So write them down. Yellow 4.
Also, chat makes it more funny as well. Oh, he did.
If you haven't encountered that tape recorder marked workstation code, that's located in the cave area, which is found by heading directly to the right from the entrance.
Oh yeah, or insane
You'll remember
parkour.
it easily that way.
It's apple juice.
Hello, future Stumbler.
Apple juice.
It's me, past Stumbler. I have the code. Going forward, if you ever need to turn on the workstations, the code is 1997.
Oh.
The year when all went wrong. Alright.
Oh, could you link his Twitch? Is this what's his Twitch? Is his Twitch just called Nightmind?
All that noise that started playing suddenly while listening to Stumbler's message and kept going, that's one of the sounds to listen out for. Anything like that, get in the barrel.
Oh yeah, like when Tolo first got the first jump scare, it was insane.
Silence is good, but be sure it's quiet.
Like the timing was so crazy.
Now you have the crystal video and the code.
I was listening to I think Olivia's like tape,
one more element.
and it's right at the end.
Again, but
there's a jump scare, and I thought it was scripted. I don't think it was scripted at all, but I was like, the timing was so like,
when you hit the corner with
the timing made it look like it was scripted, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't scripted. And that was the first jump scare in like 20 hours.
Inside of which is a keypad blocking off an extension and a note. The note is an email from Connor and reads, "Hey Liz, I saw your crystal video. It's cool to see those in action. Those last 4 notes are kinda nostalgic to me." Last 4 notes, okay. So find yourself a nice barrel and go
2
back
months
to the
ago.
video.
Oh, thank God. Because usually Twitch deletes VODs after like 2-3 months, so yeah. And he last streamed this 2 months ago. So, luckily.
Wrote it down or use Stumbler's Guide. That's 3839. Notice also on the video a comment by the uploader, AB Cogware. Start at 11 seconds. That doesn't apply yet, but we know there's another component involving the video for later, so keep the tab open. Enter 3839 into the keypad. Now head in and keep going until you reach a new gated off section with a keypad. Yeah, there's another path to unlock in order to free up all the workstation computers. The message on the wall, "Did you miss me?" is your code. Yellow, purple, blue, green. 4639. This unlocks the
Thinking back on it now,
whole
like
area
the
with
puzzles
last
are
of the
like,
workstation
oh, it's not
computers.
that hard.
One of your best bets
It's like,
for doing the workstation
it's just
run once it
number
starts
code,
is
or like
to
it's
use
just the
entire
color
extension
code.
for last. Now, speaking of, how do we start that run? You might have encountered this area while exploring with the music note and keypad. To get up to the walkway,
clip.
once you find this entrance to the room,
I think you missed out the
go
link though,
back
Potter,
out and head
because
left,
it's like
past the
half
entrance to the basement.
highlighted, half not.
There will be a ramp ahead. Take that ramp, go left, and there will be a crystalline hallway that leads to the walkway with a keypad. If you need a reference point to start from the entrance again with the save canvas. If you pass the small building to the left with a jail cell and map computer, the music note room and basement entrance will show up on your left. Again, pass it by and take the ramp ahead. The music code uses the crystal
clip's
video.
no longer available.
This is where start at 11 seconds comes in. The ability to miss that direction at the last second is a bane to puzzle solvers, I do have issues with the construction
Yeah,
of
the
these
clip
particular
link
puzzle
done
elements,
work,
direction
man.
highlights the second half of the segment.
I think you
If we pull
maybe
up
the
the
link's
sheet
wrong.
music for this, Mary had a little lamb and follow the code DECD. It's the same as Ode to Joy and Hot Cross Buns. Count the D, E, and C notes, then apply the numbers. In this case, it's 5525. And now the race, while avoiding what lurks in the dark. Run to the next room, hit the switch on the wall, and you've got just under 10 minutes to find all 20 workstation computers and type 1997 on each. It's not impossible. Just an anxiety-fueled, looking over your shoulder, frantic button-pushing, barrel spotting, holding your breath, never really safe speed challenge. It's okay. You can do this. Your absolute best bet is exactly this. Hit the workstation immediately down from you on the floor. Once outside, turn left into the basement and do a whole room sweep on both sides for their workstations. Clear that basement. Back up top, get all of the workstations in the small buildings, the cave area with Stumbler's recorder just near the entrance, and the workstation on the floor because there is one behind a giant computer. Don't miss it. Go to the rooftops next and get those workstations. Once the giant computers in the plaza say 16 out of 20, you're cleared to go to the extension area with the diner and offices beyond. Now you will only have 4. You know exactly where to hit them in the extension if you explore
20 computers?
If you do this right, the very last workstation you need to activate will be the one all the way in at the back of this area, the office. And once you make it, you end up transported to this room, where even Bucky asked for a break.
Oh.
Once you two have recovered, go through the door, and you're now in a fully operational big computer room.
Oh, thanks.
The task left is simple. Collect 3 batteries,
when does it break
drop them off at the big computer in the basement.
This video, then
I'll
I'll
walkway outside the ramp in the music
play
note room. Be sure not to try falling off the edge with it. Bucky can't do that with a battery, and he may get stuck on colliders. Just walk it back normally. There's one in the cave room with the crystals, and one in the office area at the very end of the extension, because you know there had to be an anxiety-inducing one. This works exactly like collecting the boat pieces earlier. If the spacey 90s tech music gets interrupted by anything spine-chilling, drop the battery and barrel. You can pick it up once you're safe and carry on. And once you have all 3 batteries...
My reaction. Ah. Oh. There's some very disturbing images.
Considering all the hell you've been through, you'd better retrieve that zip folder. Run back to the basement, hit the switch on the big computer. A browser tab will open inviting you to download the folder. Get Bucky to the exit you've no doubt found by now. It's against the complete opposite wall of the entrance. Just leave the basement and head straight left. Then save and either leave now or barrel up. Both options will keep you safe. Then hit the browser tab by Cogware, accept the download, get the folder, unzip it, and... Actually, you know what? You can explore that on your own for a moment if you please. More rewarding that way, I think. Plus, everything I have to say about that and the...
Pause right here. Okay, so we're gonna look at the clip. Not mine's clip. His reactions first jump scare. So I believe that a zip file was basically contains like videos and sound files and like 3D models of like the characters and stuff. Loud sound. Okay, let me turn this down. 10% volume. Whoa, who's this VTuber?
Exit. Oh! Oh! Jesus Christ!
And cover. And cover. It's Olivia, I'm pretty sure.
Exit. Oh! Ow!
Yeah, duck and cover. Anyway. That's pretty good. Lamau Bold. Your whole head is missing. We have 2 more hours, 2.5 more hours, man, to go.
The notes and logs in this area should really wait for layer 6 of this video. But I will present
hey,
one
sign.
log in this area of importance.
Yeah, jump scares are good because
optimism too.
they're not like too often. They don't happen that often.
Liz here again. Wanted to keep track of where we are right now. The other day, Mark took myself and the rest of our team out for coffee. It was pretty nice, but it was also somewhat unnerving. It was probably the first time through this whole adventure that the reality of my situation sunk in for me.
Is this Creature? Sounds like Creature.
That's the CEO of Broadside Animation
Liz B
Studios.
sounds like Creature.
A massive animation titan in the industry is just here, waiting for our team to help it. That's genuinely such a crazy thought. But if he enjoys our game, that's going to be life-changing. It's just a lot, honestly. But it's okay. I think we'll all be enjoying our time on Easy Street once we've shown Mark the game. Anyways, that's all. Toodles.
Toodles. Your old Santa Condom.
After leaving layer 3, even Bucky surprised
Secret money.
After leaving layer 3, secret money.
Have listened to. For this section, there really isn't much on the surface for you except collecting one of the secrets that unlocks in the bonus room by opening the right chest on one side of the hallway. It's about 5 or 6 chests in. Just open the middle section entirely and keep going down until it appears. You can interact with the tech demo all you like, of course, but overall, it is a tech demo. A light, airy reprieve from the hell you just went through. What you can catch in a room farther along is this statue once again watching you through an upper window. Eventually, you make your way to this pink-walled and fenced area with a save canvas, and the large room at the end with a gate and an elevator. There's no going up, but you can head down. And this is another point at which, if you only came back to get unstuck, you can run free again. But with 2 important notes. First, the elevator can go down 2 levels, not just 1.
Oh yeah.
Personal critique of mine for game design, it should have actually been noted. It's 2 levels. That little touch would have been
actually.
And on that second lower level, explore and make observations whenever you have places you can look at if you aren't sure how to proceed. The invisible step isn't entirely intuitive, but the moment it clicks and you take action, everything from there is pretty logical. As for us on the guided tour, it's time to hit the elevator.
Oh yeah. Bottom elevator floors are pretty cursed.
Wow. Much nicer here, isn't it? Completely different atmosphere.
I don't think MapPad's gotten to the Starling bit yet.
Look around a bit, and you'll see.
Oh, he has, but I don't think he's actually seen any yet.
Computers and some codes on the wall.
Mario, get down.
The way has a keypad and a gated-off section. Outside, a whole series of tall buildings with windows lit from within. What's on the further end of that room with computers, though?
True.
Noise. Odd noise. We don't like that. So, into the elevator before we find its source, and down we go. Because there is
Who
another
behind me?
floor.
Oh, thanks.
Now, I do have to admit I made a mistake. While recording this section, I accidentally left up the map I pieced together from the first component of this level for the night I finished the game on stream. So the beginning footage has my edited map to the left, including the name of Markiplier, the patron saint of surviving scream-on-camera horror games about animal monsters, which I use as my key for the elevator and, yes, a good luck charm.
Ad start in 30 seconds.
Saint Markiplier did grant us victory. The other good news is that using this map and the footage that does show, I can still guide you right away and explain how the map even exists. As soon as you step out of the elevator here, you'll take a right.
Be flying? What's up? What are you doing up there?
Computer. You know the drill. Tap
Oh,
the
jeez.
switch, return to the game from the browser pop-up, hide in a barrel, then check out what you opened.
Hey, get out of here, Poppy Blue time. This video is not about you.
Actually incredibly useful compared to the Plaza map. You really do need this one. Your objective here is to find the method to get past the gate to the control room, where Stumbler himself confesses he has not explored. The area with the green line represents a door that connects to that lower section, a quick passage. It's useful because you can follow its path to the
So,
control room
yeah,
spot,
Matt Pat's been playing this
which you'll
game on
recognize by
GT
seeing these
Live,
two
but
dead
like,
holes
it's
in a
pretty
cell above
unfortunate
you
that,
on the right.
he
The
last
gate here is
streamed
what you
this
need to unlock to
a
benefit
week
from the
ago, and it
sewers.
only has like 200,000
Stumbler has
views.
indicated that in
I say
the area
only,
with
right? Like
green
only
circle,
200,000
there's
views,
a
but like,
door,
he did
a
Poppy
false wall to
Playtime, and
an
that thing
area
has
they
like
call
a million
the phone.
views.
Is it because it looks vaguely
And like,
like
there's
the
this other
phone,
one as
or
well.
has a secret
There's
purpose?
this boldy, basic
Well, if
looking
there's
ass
an
guy.
additional secret here, I've yet
I
to
think that
find
also
it.
has like
But there's a reason
more
to know
views. So it's
about
kind
it.
of
If you went to the phone
that's kind of a
immediately,
shame.
you'd have nothing
that-
to do. You could explore the entire
well, yeah,
sewers, but the
207,000
only
views
thing
is still a
of actual
lot.
interest
But
is
like
the cell,
compared to
which,
the
if
other
you looked
stuff,
in, would present a computer
it's
with a
like
switch. But how
not
to get it?
as
The keypad is on the other
as
side.
popular.
There's gotta be some kind of secret passage.
Let's go ads right now.
There's got to be. It's the only logical thing here. So then you explore like mad to find that secret passage, especially
Dude.
if you've had a deathless run, like
That's
I
ass.
did, trying to keep
that
my
a mimic?
deathless run. And then eventually you face the truth. Exhausting all other options, you've got no lead to
Mimic
the
from Dark
obvious
Souls?
nature except for the cell, and no secret way in. Oh, how you wish there was a secret way in. You know you have the code for the cell. You've had it through Stumbler and Wolf's Guide just in case. If you've never had to use it, you will now. I'm sorry. You need to get hit by the monsters. If you had the right pieces, you could make this run without ever getting hit. But without seeing those pieces to know what to do, there's just no other way. Now inside the cell, and hopefully not shaken up too badly, you have access to the computer and can see the clearly dead wolf
Tamagotchi?
and the many days he spent here, as well as the plate-sized Tamagotchi he played with until dying of dehydration. Tap the computer switch, get a browser tab, and find that the keypad code has changed. So this is easy. Take the original keypad code with its digits in their natural places and move them according to the new position order indicated. Instead of 7418, it's 8714. Type that into the keypad and you're good to leave. Or check out the wall jump area where the grate just disappeared above the dead wolf. Or if you had failed that, or you're just sick of wall jumping, or you got curious before even trying the switch, and
What's
spike
that?
that Tamagotchi and phase through the
Jeez.
wall, finding a door to a shortcut up to the top of the wall jump. Here you'll see 4 barrels, 2 with unique colors. It's another color code, so match the order to their corresponding numbers. 9396. Take a little boat ride, and at the end, find a keypad, a computer, and a tape recorder. Devlog Panic.
Panic? Panic?
Toss the fucking script. It's done. It's over. That went horribly. I can't even lie to myself on this recording. It went horribly. All that work, all for nothing. It's only a matter of time till I get their 2-week notices on my desk.
Things went horribly. Interesting. And somehow, not actually surprising, knowing what occurred with this game. Enter 9396 on the keypad and access a new video, featuring some time codes and images. It's easy enough to understand from the images that there are invisible switches around the sewers and some spots are recognizable. But in case they aren't, the time codes are there. They indicate the room to find that switch on the runtime for the sewers map video. Be careful with studying the last image in the room with a ramp. The camera pan on that was terrible, leading you to believe the switch was somewhere it isn't. It's in the bottom right corner of the screen from the first frame, very easy to miss with its composition, on the side of the ramp. The second button is in the upper room for the area known as the phone.
I don't know. What in the hell?
Hit the
This
first
is
switch, which is along the wall
a
immediately across from the
4-hour
jail cell opening.
video
Get the switch on the side of
uploaded
the
by
ramp near the
Night
control room,
Mind
and
about
strike the
Shipwreck
switch in the phone
64,
area, and you'll have that
one of
gate in
the
control
best
room open.
ARG like horror
Just try to avoid
games
the encounters
released.
this time. They'll be harder than before. Passing the now open
Wait, why'd you
gates,
remove
you'll
your
find a
message?
room beyond with a computer and a tape recorder. The computer
Yeah, watching
opens a
VRChat,
browser
why
tab
not?
with a page titled Codebreaker, a code on screen, and a download link. Enter the next room and observe your surroundings. You'll find a similar code structure inside to the one you've just seen on the Codebreaker page. But what about the circles and X's? Maybe there's a form of them around. But let's get in a barrel and check out the download first. A folder for a Shipwrecked demo. Okay.
Oh.
It starts with the same settings
Game
choices
inside a
as
game.
the base game, then loads us into the menu. Tap A, and the changes begin.
Hey, you want to join me? This is like invite only. Sorry. Like friends, invite, friends only. It's not public. Add you? Okay. All I ask is you have mic turned off, alright? And just sit down and relax and enjoy the video. How do you add people? I don't use VRChat. How do you add people?
That's a new walling. That's a new walling. That's a new walling. That's a new walling. That's a new walling.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna rewind a little bit because I didn't see it. That's kind of scary. Sorry.
Okay.
It's funny because I believe Jenna told Tolo to just jump off here, and that's actually what you're supposed to do.
That's a new walling.
That's a new one?
That's a new walling.
That's a new
walling. That's a new walling. That's a new walling.
That Wolf? Chief Wolf?
That's a walling.
Sound like he says, oh, whoa.
Okay.
Oh, whoa.
What's the new one? The way we chose to try saving? It seems Chief Wolf is still around in some form. Alright, but for real, let's get back into it.
Keep yourself safe is a popular joke.
To make things easier, save in the main game, then go all the way back to the pink walled room, because the controller is going to operate Shipwreck
Is it analog horror?
and its demo at the same time if you leave both open.
Partly.
Back
Not
in the
like
demo, immediately
it's not
past
like a
the door,
traditional analog horror where it's like all VHS stuff. I'd say it's a mix. It's like this here, right? Is this off 3D? Or is this actually like live footage? Like, did he mix real life footage with... No, it's all 3D. It's not analog horror. I guess this doesn't count as like traditional analog horror.
Works, it almost feels like we
No.
became the Bucky mascot for a moment, doesn't it?
Actually, no, it's not
Walking through the
analog horror at
halls
all,
of whatever
actually.
room
Now I
this
think
is
about it.
now. A nice touch. Here we have a big computer, 2 keypads, 4 switches, and a reset switch. This demo was linked as Codebreaker, and we were given a starting code on the browser tab, so let's give that a shot. After greeting Paul,
It's not like mascot.
I
Mascot
have no
horror.
explanation for this. It's just kind of an extra creep out factor. Anyway, back to the first code.
Is this Freddy Fazbear? Bear equals Freddy Fazbear, yes. Oh, so that's Bucky. He's a beaver, not a bear. Oh. Oh, jeez. Me.
Okay, that must have been given just to show us how this is done.
Me after I lose
green
my
and red
50-50 in my
switch
gotcha
pattern
game.
and 2 codes. Thinking back to the full game, in the actual control room, we have 2 codes, and a pattern of green and red computers on the desk.
But this is great, though. If you're a fan of, like, mascot horror, then definitely, you know, play and, like, watch this game. It's called Shipwrecked 64. Shipwrecked 64. And it's on Steam. You found it! Woo! Keep going now, you're too far to quit.
Right.
Remember,
there was one more place
what he's
we
doing
saw
right
this,
now
wasn't
is
there?
a different game,
The
by the
first
way.
elevator
A
link,
different
the
EXE.
nice one.
So you have like 2 games
Okay,
open.
so if we get that
You have Shipwreck
quickly, race
open
back
and you
up
have
the
that
big room and put it
Codebreaker
into
game
the
open.
Demo, what do we get?
Kind of crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of like younger generation people doing stuff like this now. It's pretty cool. Like the guy that did the Godzilla analog horror, right? He's like really young as well, I think. This game doesn't rely on jump scares at all, actually. Sure, there are jump scares, but they're very not frequent. They are infrequent. This game, this is a good game that does not rely on jump scares at all.
Down to give us the rest of the info. Because if this
It's
supplies
very
4 digits by
like
doing
disturbing and
accounting for
unsettling.
something marked 1, that's got to be the first keypad.
So why do your
Next
messages
to the
keep
main
getting
game.
deleted?
Go back
Message
down,
retracted.
do a quick count of the objects, and that's 2 door frames, 6 computers.
When
3
they do
tables,
happen,
4
they're really
desks.
effective, though.
Heading down the hall, if we take the first left, we see an area with 4 empty rooms, but with colored lighting. Green, green, red, red. What's down the other way?
Wait, slap that pipe, yeah.
See what just happened?
Hold on.
Do you remember this advice from Stumbler's Guide? Unnatural sound started playing and there was an odd barrel just hanging out there. Once hit, it canceled out the sound, avoiding an encounter. That lets you read the note on the wall, which is what you want, because the object counting method
I
isn't
mean,
compatible
the
with this
Giovanni
room for
Goose one, I
keypad
guess
of
that
4
would be the
digits.
first real jump
But you know what
scare.
is 4 digits? The year in the first sentence of this
But other than
note.
that, though, they don't really
In
happen unless you get, like, you know, caught
there was a mass
by
unit of 4
the spooky
men,
monsters.
3 men and 1 woman, to be exact. It sat in a room, waiting for its liberation. That would not come for years. So green, green, red, red.
Oh yeah,
and
Tolo got jump scared here as well.
26,
It's kind of crazy how, like,
Take that info and leave, and
the
if you
2
have to
first
barrel,
times Tolo gets jump scared, it's like perfect
Stay inside
timing.
even
He
once
got
it's
jump scared
quiet
right
and
here
brace
by
yourself.
Blot, I believe, after he
If you
finished
don't
reading
wanna
that
find
note.
out why, be
It's kind of
fast.
crazy. It's like, well, was that
Once you're
scripted? No, it
safe,
wasn't scripted.
put
It
the
was just
new code into
very,
the demo and receive
like,
a video component from a
coincidental
medallion we heard at the
timing.
Frontier Street Museum, including a much better shot of Rex, the animator,
Is that Vinny?
and a new code, 1917. There's only one place left with a keypad we haven't tapped, and we were just there. Sure enough, the gate opens, and you're good to head down. Just be warned. As peaceful as this place is, that audio cue means business. Watch where the barrels are. And if you end up in one, remember, hold still and brace yourself. Remain calm.
Slap it.
In this area, there are a few notes, if you're quick enough to read them. The mass of 4 men sat in the room. It writhed and twitched like a dying animal, but it was still very much alive. It craved freedom,
It is scary to play.
liberation, and happiness. It begged, pleaded,
and
to
it doesn't throw
It was
jump
held
scares in
that
your
room
face
for a long
like
time. One
24/7.
day, though, when checked upon, the mass was missing. It shambled, pulling itself out of the room. When it was far enough out of the building, it split right in half. The 2 halves went their separate ways.
It's kind of hard to
We
read.
know who the massive bodies
Don't know if it's because of
were,
like the
or
stream
at least 3 of them,
or
since
because of
we
the
don't know
VR
if
chat
Brandon,
and
Buffy's
coding.
actor, actually died.
It's
What's
white text on
insinuated
white
here is
ground.
that their corpses were left together and just meshed. Brandon's 3 victims and a 4th body, male, and it reanimated into something, which then escaped and split in half. This goes beyond
So
any
I'm talking
idea of a
over
slasher
his
rampage
voice.
kept under wraps, but it hints at the elements that deserve exploring concerning Brandon's abnormal behavior according to Olivia's murder audio. On this level, you need only solve 1 keypad and 1 switch.
There's like
Both
back
elements
rooms?
are largely given through a computer that opens a browser
That
tab
can
to a
feel like
video
that.
tab Fish with a message.
1 fish,
Published
2
March
fish,
12th,
red fish, blue
1960.
fish.
What book about fish was published then? 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. But that's not all. In the video description is a link titled Location, showing a secret switch on this wall, and the uploader is JD from Bullet End. JD like the character? That's going to take some looking at later. So, hit the keypad. The code for
JD was that creepy dude walking across the catwalk, right? The very first like creepy live footage thing you see at the beginning of the game.
Statue overlooking your progress.
That's JD, right?
We could, but it doesn't matter right this second, since its time is coming. A final note from
like the very first creepy thing you see.
We'll know it
when you boot up the 1997
version.
version.
That we'll stay calm. Going through will open the gates. When we enter, Bucky does recognize it.
Oh yeah,
just keep going, he says. It's safe in here. Deep in the tunnel, we come across a large beating heart. There's nothing to say about it for Bucky. Nothing to interact with. Just observe it and the odd mirror that's here now, and keep going. Back on
my favorite part was when Tolo got soft locked because he jumped onto the mirror and he got stuck in the geometry.
You survived it all. Are you ready to see this through to the end?
Oh, this part. Wow, we're already here? Huh. It's crazy. Obviously, when you know all the secrets and stuff, the game's pretty short. Damn, they're all staring at him. Oh, this part's creepy as well.
Monster earlier today. It was right outside the park, a statue put together using chunks of wood and cloth. It looked bizarre, but then I saw it move.
Swoogity swooty. Is that all 3D? Or was it real life mixed with 3D? Charlie, shut up.
So much attachment. So much. They go beyond your understanding. They call out to me. All 4 of them. I hear their voices skittering around in the inside of my wooden shell. Even down to the pulsating mass laying beneath it. I need you to find me. It won't be easy to catch. You'll need to prove to me that you want what I have. If you do as I ask, you'll know everything. Every single detail of what happened. Why you are.
I've got a pulsating mess right here. Know what I'm saying? Shh.
What do you say, friend? Let's give it a go.
And now, if you're here, you're in a very simple scenario. Explore the areas open to you on the reproduction of the first layer of the game, and interact with this character 10 times. There is a unique sound signal for him, so pay attention. But avoid the monster encounters.
I wonder if he's gonna. Oh, maybe.
All be out here trying to stop
yeah, he's probably gonna show in the second part, like all the scares and stuff.
Collect them all.
Golly, because of you, Crybaka, I've kind of like. I've taken a liking to saying the word golly.
Getting caught puts you back at the beach and just sets you back.
Instead of saying yikes or like cringe, I'm gonna say golly.
And sometimes you can get the statue multiple times in one place. So always look around.
I feel like golly would be like a. I feel like that's a cat emote on 7TV.
Keep running.
I'm surprised it's not.
Out of line of sight, and eventually you'll make it to 10.
Ask, and you shall receive.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at the little mess you've made.
Yo, Redeem your Genshin Impact codes right now. It expires in 1 hour. Oh, now he shows this part. You can find this part really super early.
Connor, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been playing this for about 2 hours now, and I'm not seeing the widespread appeal you've been promising us. It's, well, to be honest with you, it's clunky. I don't know what I'm doing. The characters who you promised would have depth and life, they are just flat. I thought that's the entire point of a 3D game.
What?
You oversold it, Connor. That's what I'm trying to say. Our company is meant to be forging new frontiers, and to be frank, after what happened at Studio Grounds, I really don't think this is going to be anything. It's not going to be anything in the same tier as our movies, our park, anything. And I really hate to say this, because I know for a fact you and your team put a lot of work into this game, but I just don't know if it's worth continuing to sink money into.
Sink money into? Mark, this is our job. You've had us working on this for 2 years, and now suddenly it's an issue?
Yes, it's been 2 years. And in those 2 years, you've only sat me down now and showed me the actual fucking game.
So, what can we do to fix it?
No, Liz. This isn't a fix the game issue. It's a fix your perspective issue. Mark, you are sitting in front of some of the greatest technology of the decade, and you're gonna brush it off?
Connor, I'm not brushing anything off. I'm just trying to understand where this...
I'm sorry to say, Mark, but it's true. It's not that we've made a bad game. We've all exceeded the industry standard. What we're having a hard time passing is your thick skull and...
Connor! Stop. Look, I'm so sorry about him. He's just under a lot of...
Is it Harley? Is it not worth it anymore because you're trying to treat her instead?
What?
Yeah, I said it.
What are you bringing her into this for?
Because I bet that's what you're gonna do. You can't keep funding our 2 years worth of work. Gotta buy her a fancy casket.
Unbelievable.
Mark, look, I'm really sorry.
Now, Liz, you're fine, okay? But I want you to know that we are done, professionally. All right? I don't want to work with any of you guys again. Quite frankly, I don't want to see you guys touch our property. Any of that. Am I clear?
Yes, Mark.
You can go now.
No.
No.
No. Because first of all, I want our equipment back.
You can go now! You can go! Leave!
Take a step closer. Lay a fucking hand on me. You lay one hand on me, I'm gonna make sure you stay in jail for a real long fucking time. Huh? Who are they gonna believe? You? You are nothing. I will be taking my leave now. Good luck in your future endeavors. I expect the office to be cleared by next week. Do not contact me again.
Yeah, everyone's awful. Everyone except for Liz B is awful. Golly, the Zaza? I know Joe likes saying Zaza. I don't know what the heck Zaza is. Is it a drug? Drugas? Is that the Friends text? Like the Friends font text? When he uses the layer thing? Classic. Indie game ends in suicide and depression. That's how like every indie horror game ends. Now. Famous snap. Thank you, Mark. Whoa, look, it's now it's now widescreen, not 4:3. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at in this video right here. Like, what is that? I don't know what that is. I can't tell. It's like a sleeping bag or something. Like a cat mask. Maybe it's Connor, but I don't know what it is though. Like I can't figure out what that figure is doing. It looks like the enemy in Yakuza Infinite Wealth, the sleeping bag enemies. They look like little centipedes, like caterpillars. What is it? Is it the pulsating mess? Yeah, it's spoiler territory, but like Connor now himself's like in a different place. P.T. Patrick Thomas is Connor's son. Now that had to be real life footage, right? That you can't tell me that was 3D. That like end scene with the house, that had to be real life. That's maybe. Nah, you're yanking my chain. Maybe it's using like you know how some 3D games
the true credits
use like 3D geometry or something, 3D something where they take like photos. 3D what photogrammetry?
Thomas is complete.
Where the texture itself is literally just like an actual real life photo.
Confused, wondering why things are the way they are, acting a little frantic, and finally unable to just stay still with it all. A lot like us. Because of course, we're far from done.
Can we get a break? I think this is the end of part 1. Alright. God, I was going to play the Friends theme song during the end scene there. After I said, is that the Friends logo?
And understanding the voices and positions of Mark, Connor, and Liz, we have a pretty clear idea of the surface level story on the working relationship between Cogware and Broadside. To gain deeper context, let's examine the lore across several notes and tape recorder logs. Things started pretty positively on the Shipwreck project, judging by the log in the gallery of Layer 3. Liz B., the team's artist, describes the day when Mark, the CEO of Broadside Animation, took the team out for coffee to discuss.
And then when it says thank you, Mark, it says when it says thank you, Mark, it goes, I'll be there for you.
Progress from March of 1996.
Okay, as of today, the beach, park, and hull are all complete. Even got Olive in here. Just need to set up her teleport once we have the minigames completed.
Pretty sure the Friends theme song's probably super copyrighted.
Sorry, I'm just kind of excited. Why am I sorry for that? Today's a good day. Anyways, everything is going smoothly, I think. Liz needs to get back to me with Walter's Mall, plus his head texture, but it's smooth sailing, I guess you could say. I think I've patched the noble bugs too, even the one Harry found in the hole, where you get soft locked behind the bed. How did he even do that? I'm planning to talk to Mark later. I can't wait to show him the progress. I think it's gonna go great. We'll have to see though. That's all. Signing off for tonight.
During this time, Mark was attempting to be patient under what we were informed early on were some very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna sound like a madman recording one of these things. You know, I just kind of need to feel like I'm talking to someone, even if I'm not. So, yeah. Shit. Where to start? You know, this week hasn't been the greatest. Oh, well, that's saying it lightly. No, this week has been horrible. Everything feels like it's just going off the deep end, and I'm just starting to wonder how much I got left. Harley's still in the hospital, and until she's out, I'm sitting in this office. It's big, it's cozy, yet it feels so empty. Not a single soul has entered this room in days, aside from, myself. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Just remember your affirmations, and you'll be fine.
God, I wish there was subtitles.
We know
Or like
from the meeting at the end of the playthrough
or if you
Mark's
turned up the
wife
audio.
Harley did not survive her ordeal at the hospital, and things didn't seem to be going well in general. He was being patient in the early phase, and even encouraging the team personally, according to Liz. Things weren't good though, and in time, it seems he started to lean on Cogware for results. The first sign of this comes from Connor's devlog titled Random.
Alright. Today is August 12th, 1996. We've been given the go-ahead to get back to work on the project. It's been rocky, but we're all getting back into it. Harry's been at his workstation all day, playing through, well, he's been stuck on Olive's level, the coconut one. And Liz has been busy as always. She's trying to catch up on the game's artwork. We finally got a finalized design for the wolf guy, mostly changing his proportions, so we can share his animations with other characters if we need to. But yeah, she's killing it, as usual, and on my end, not too much. I'm just chipping away on a little debug map right now, calling it just the Plaza for now, until we can think of a cooler name for it. But yeah.
Things have been rocky, but they've been given the go-ahead to get back to work on the project. That's suggestive of a meeting to discuss progress, and at that point, Connor was working on the plaza while minigames and final models were underway. There is a curiosity about the development path for this game in the early days. We know from the audio in the Frontier Street Museum that it's based on the island theme park Broadside Beach, and because of that, we can judge the pool, waterway, diner, gallery, and museum before Layer 3 must have been in the original game plans too, which means Shipwrecked in its final version wouldn't have ended with just 4 tasks to save your friends, even if the game simply works that way. It's pretty straightforward. It's a logical small game, but it does feel too short to be realistic, doesn't it? Layer 2 is the evidence that proves it was too short, because Cogware designed more for the title in line with the theme park. But if development slowed down past Layer 2, what caused it? Let's listen to this devlog Connor made, titled Mark.
Hearts and souls into it, but is that even enough? His standards must be set astronomically high. Plus, after the thing I found, I just gotta be honest.
I feel so much less safe around that man.
Do you remember the hate Mark message on the chalkboard from the waterway? It could be an early hint at Connor's anger, but it could also be a timestamp for us in relation to the first half of the devlog we just heard. Put our hearts and souls into it, but is that even enough? His standards must be set astronomically high. This means something must have changed after whatever made things rocky in August, and at the time, the team was still working on the first layer of the game. The evidence so far suggests 2 possibilities. First, Shipwrecked actually was meant to be as simple as Layer 1, which lines up with the restoration team's comments about the 2023 version being the original concept according to design documents. If this was their true vision, then what must have occurred, based on what we've seen in Layer 2 and the hate Mark comment there, is easy to guess. Cogware was told their design was too small to serve a brand as big as Broadside Animation, and the company wanted a fuller representation of their island theme park. His standards must be set astronomically high, Connor said, which is what a lot of game devs must feel after meeting with a client who asks why the product isn't more expansive. The other possibility is another more common issue we all know by now as the horror of working in major games, the astronomically high standard of a ridiculously fast turnaround time. And for a team of 3, that would have been a horrifying time crunch. It's possible
crunch.
Hogwarts meant it to be a big, faithful representation of Broadside Beach with Layer 2 in their total designs, but the impatience by Broadside Animation was what infuriated Connor. In this possibility, part of the tragedy was that it became a rush job of programming to make Layer 1 a complete story, while Layer 2 would never see completion. The second half of Connor's statement, though...
I need to go take a piss. Sorry, go pause.
After the, the thing I found, I just gotta be honest.
I feel so much less safe around that man.
Just before this, Connor was working on the plaza, and it's in the plaza that we're rewarded with his discovery.
What is this discovery? I'm not sure. Hold on, I need to go to the bathroom really bad. Alright, I'll be right back. I might as well eat something as well.
And
Not
we're still
stop.
bringing people on. We're still expanding. Yeah, at this point, what the fuck's a layoff gonna do? It'll sink us further into the shit.
The way he says that's pretty funny, yeah.
You know, the best option. I think the best option we've got. I've been. It's been going in my head for like the past 5 fucking hours now. The best option we got is to cut the game studio.
Oh.
Okay, you know, we've been
Mickey Mouse is a starling?
money into their pockets, and I don't know what exactly they're making. I haven't heard from them in months.
Hide. Run.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna schedule a meeting with them. Okay? And if they don't have exactly what they've promised, we cut them off. It'd save our asses in the long run. It'd probably give us a fighting chance. You know what? I just realized I'm throwing the exact same amount of money I'm paying for Harley's medical bills into this fucking game studio!
This is the only recording by Mark that could immediately precede the big meeting at the end of the game pulling Shipwreck's funding. And by the logic of the writing, it had to come from the drive Connor picked up at the Broadside offices, or it would be impossible for him to have it and us as players to hear it. Imagine being Connor, having just heard that recording by Mark, and listened to his devlog again.
Hearts and souls into it, but is that even enough? His standards must be set astronomically high. Plus, after the thing I found, I just gotta be honest.
I feel so much less
The
safe
thing he
around
found.
that man.
Connor's devlog works perfectly as a reply to the contents of Mark's recording and seeing what was on the drive. It's the only time Connor alludes to Broadside's cover-ups and shows outrage against Mark's expectations for the project. And now we know why Connor took such a vitriolic swipe at Harley during the meeting. He heard how furious and dismissive Mark was about Cogware when their funding could have paid for Harley's treatments.
Now, the best option we got is to cut the game studio we've hired. Okay, you know, we've been basically dumping money into their pockets, and I don't know what exactly they're making. I haven't heard from them in months. You know what? I just realized I'm throwing the exact same amount of money I'm paying for Harley's medical bills into this fucking game studio!
Look, I'm so sorry about him. He's just under a lot of...
Is it Harley? Is it not worth it anymore because you're trying to treat her instead?
What?
Yeah, I said it.
What are you bringing her into this for?
Because I bet that's what you're gonna do. You can't keep funding our 2 years worth of work. Gotta buy her a fancy casket.
Unbelievable.
Mark, look,
So Connor's devlog is out of the running for a reply to potential requests by Broadside to expand the game. His moment of fury has to be after seeing the contents of the drive and needing a reason to be furious at Mark over astronomically high standards. It's still possible Cogware received new demands to expand into Layer 2 before this as the explanation for Rocky development around August. It's weird that version 2023 as the true vision entirely cuts out Layer 2, which is more faithful to Broadside Beach and what the company would have wanted in the title. The issue surrounding Connor's log, Mark's log, and the situation around picking up the drive is a very specific logic scenario that doesn't add up.
So I'm going to pause it really
quick. It
quick.
isn't possible to have Mark's audio without Connor having the hard drive, because every personal item of Broadside's comes from the hard drive swap.
Oh, there you go. All right, hold on. I'm sorry. I have not now. What?
It's the only logical explanation you can use to justify Mark's audio being in-game, and Mark's audio jumps us right to the end of the timeline for the working relationship.
I don't know what exactly they're making. I haven't heard from them in months. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna schedule a meeting with them, okay? And if they don't have exactly what they've promised, we cut them off.
Which indicates that the reason Connor showed up to the office with a presentation would have been for the meeting Mark demanded, and it was at that meeting that he killed the game. Remember, the only reason Connor has Mark's logs is because he took the Broadside drive. Connor got that drive while visiting with a presentation. Mark's log saying he's about to kill the game was on the drive when it was taken, and he said he hadn't heard from Cogware in months. Therefore, Mark's log precipitates whatever summons Connor to the office in the event when he gets the drive. And there was only one thing Mark would have wanted him there for, which was the final meeting. What we have here is logically flawed, because Connor's reaction doesn't present anger over the final meeting. It only works for having discovered the drive and new expectations by Mark for the project. He also wouldn't have such perfectly pointed venom about their funding being used for Harley at the final meeting unless he'd heard the log beforehand. Which means the drive swap can't have occurred on the way out after being terminated. It had to happen before. And the context of feeling unsafe around Mark wouldn't make sense if they'd just been fired, because Connor wouldn't be meeting with Mark again. We also have Connor's reactions to the funding being pulled in 3 different logs, which we'll get to in just a moment. Connor can't have shown up to a regular meeting for a presentation. Mark's log on the drive makes it very apparent he hasn't heard from Cogware in months. So he's about to have an ultimatum meeting, and we know how it went. So how do you even make sense of this timeline issue? There's a few explanations I can think of. First, Connor did go to the offices with a hard drive that had their presentation, but he either did so spontaneously without a scheduled meeting, or the fact their presentation was on it is just some writing to justify his being there to get the drive. And now it's completely sending us on a spiral that doesn't even matter.
Angry.
In this scenario, the only important thing is that Connor visited the offices and got the drive. His anger comes either from a call shortly after to come present the game before it's ready, or listening to Mark's personal log, and there is absolutely no other explanation. I am genuinely thinking this has got to be the answer, and the inclusion of info about the hard drive holding Cogware's presentation creates so much confusion that it's a major writing oversight. In which case, I've got to acknowledge it as a negative and comment that better care in writing and editorship should have been taken when writing and reviewing this section. Second possibility. Connor did show up to give a presentation that Mark called for, and because all he had was a presentation, Mark said, "Go get me a playable build. I mean it. I don't care how much time you say you need, you're giving it to me next week." This would have created Connor's anger over astronomically high standards and still ushered in the meeting that killed the funding. So now that we've cleared that up,
there's an emo called Bucky Smash, which is kind of funny.
Let's observe what
that told
happened in the
enabled.
wake of that last meeting,
It's
which is
Bucky smashing the guy's Giovanni Goose's Gary, smashing his face into the oven.
Toss the fucking script. It's done. went horribly. I can't even lie to myself on this recording. It went horribly. All that work, all for nothing. It's only a matter of time till I get their 2-week notices on my desk.
Hello, we're not available now. Please leave your name and phone number.
Yeah, pretty cool Bucky Smash.
We will return your call.
Connor? Hello? Look, you're going to have to answer me soon enough. I went in today because despite the stress of this job, all of the work I'd spent the last year on being put to waste, and all of us being taken off of our payroll, I wanted to check in and see if you were there. But not only do I walk in and see you're gone, but so is half of the equipment. What are you doing? Call me back when you hear this. We really need to talk about this.
Yeah, the first jump scare was after that message that Tolo got. That's the very first jump scare he got.
I'm completing this on my own. No help, no influence from Broadside, Mark, or any of those disgusting fucks. I was worried about what he'd do to me. By the time I'm done with him, he'll regret the day he first uttered my name.
Dang.
Shipwrecked 64 is not a game. It's a cannonball aimed directly at Broadside. Connor knew this was the best chance yet for anyone to sink the company. People had tried to expose Broadside through a controversy website called Bulletin, but they were smart enough to pull strings and have anything that appeared on the board deleted or refuted. Every element we've seen so far pertaining to the murders was planted by Connor to be discovered. The entire underlayer of the game, covered in teases and warnings, were designed to lure you deeper and deliver the full document drop revealing Broadside's history of deaths and
I feel like someone should brighten that GIF, because it's kind of
layer 1, ensuring there would be a storm of media coverage.
It's kind of hard to see.
Frenzy to dig deeper. From every angle of design, this game filled with horrific and violent images under layers of secrecy is completely justified by the writing and logic in the lore.
Cat cozy.
I have never seen such masterful execution backing up plausible
We need more dog emotes
circumstances for a scary lost retro game's layers.
Do we have an
of
emote
blood
called
and
Wowies?
Or
like
storytelling context,
the
justification,
Wowie dog
and
like
presentation
approaching you
for
and it like
shocking
smiles at the end.
elements. No one has done it better.
It's like the
than
Wowie
Shipwrecked
dog
64. Yes, a company would have documentation like this for the sake of keeping their
coming in
story
different, like
straight,
walking up to you, then like
especially while
smiles.
battling online leaks of their incidents. And that writing logic inclusion
Butter
alone
dog.
makes Shipwreck 64 superior to a lot of projects involving secret information that, by story and character motivation logic, shouldn't have been kept on record but was somehow still discovered. Yes, it makes sense that this had to be accessed by doing things wrong multiple times. It needed to stay secret long enough that as many copies could be out in the hands of the people as possible before action was taken to stop the leak. But not so secret that it would stay hidden. It makes sense that small hints were given at a layer underneath the main gameplay through actions like waiting on a weird sign, studying its language, and suddenly seeing a mysterious video. And with things going so wrong at Broadside and Connor going rogue, it is plausible that he managed to get this onto some shelves before Broadside caught it. Things were a lot looser in the mid-90s when it came to production flow.
I've learned that ducks have really bad eyesight.
Related to Broadside's secret history work for Connor's revenge tactics.
I also learned that I love ducks, but man, they are assholes to each other, especially when it comes to food.
Connor and Mark. It runs deeper and earlier than it had any reason to, and unknown to Mark. I'd like to play the first audio log from Mark for you again. Listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna sound like a madman recording one of these things. You know, I just kind of need to feel like I'm talking to someone, even if I'm not. So, yeah.
Snack time.
Shit. Where to
Is
start?
that a dog biting someone's leg?
You know, this week it hasn't been the.
Was that someone's ass?
Oh, well, let's say it lightly. No, this week has been horrible. Everything feels like it's just going off the deep end, and I'm just starting to wonder how much I got left. Harley's still in the hospital. And
that should have been me, damn it, not him. What?
Sitting in this office. It's big, it's cozy, yet it feels so empty. Not a single soul has entered this room in days, aside from, myself. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Just remember your affirmations, and you'll be fine.
So Harley, Mark's wife, was hospitalized, and whatever put her there ended her life. In the layer containing blood, right before you leave the game, there's a log from Connor about an unexpected element at this point in the narrative.
Think about that one rabbit a lot. Stubbler, I think Liz called him. Yeah, he's funny. I think the funniest part is his missing arms. I managed to sneak in a jab towards Mark's wife and having her arm amputated. She was fresh on my mind when I was suggesting the idea.
This is Connor, right?
And hey, we're making her a little guy a hopeless romantic as well. It lines up pretty damn well with how Mark is, doesn't it? Funny character. You know, that does remind me, they've got another rabbit, don't they? That'd be a fun thing to put in too.
Okay, I see. The
Put
Stumbler.
in a jab at Mark about his wife having her arm amputated.
Secret money.
In the same conversation with Liz about Stumbler, a hopeless romantic trying to make art to impress a girl rabbit. And even that's a weird reflection against Mark. There's another log confirming what happened here, accessed through another secret. When Chief Wolf said after failing his minigame that he'd leave you a treat, which turned out to be the object-seeking vision, it became useful in Stumbler's game. Very useful, as you could discover an invisible door at the end of the platforming rocks.
There's a vent.
Jump and activate it, and you'll enter the game's debug room, which has a few secrets. The one we're concerned with
Yeah, it runs
now is the
awful,
first entry
except
from
for
Liz's
Liz B.
optimism series, found on this barrel.
And I guess the people that died as well.
Liz here. Wanted to just
Hey, Liz,
throw my
girlfriend.
hat in the ring. Connor said he would be recording his work on the game, and I wanted to try it myself. It'd be a nice way to keep logs of development as little relics to take a look at once the game's fully done and shipped. So, today it's December 1995. Yeah, and I've been working on designing some of the bonus characters one may run into in the game. Been doing this little rabbit guy. Connor thought of a funny gimmick today and told me that it shouldn't have arms, but would still try doing things with his hands.
There you go. Connor told Liz that Stumbler shouldn't have arms. His jab at Mark over Harley's condition was that callous. And he'd been doing this since December of 1995, as development started. And suddenly, it makes something else in the game that was so confusing make much more sense.
You in monkey mode.
This projector scene. Can't tell what's going on? Would you like to see it solid in color? Because this original footage
arms
is
being
in the
ripped
files
off?
for the game, and it's worse without the projector effect.
Wait.
Yeah. That's Stumbler's mascot actor or 3D graphic model
when
for
did you
the
see this?
trailer being directed to mimic ripping the arm off a life-size doll in a hospital.
I don't think Tolo saw
setting.
this.
That's how obsessive Connor was about his cruelty to Mark over Harley. And remember, this doll reappears if you fail Stumbler's minigame. We can confirm the doll is a stand-in for Harley in this scene too, by way of Stumbler's YouTube uploads. This video, How to Say Goodbye, has the minigame failure clip at the end. Check out what comes before it.
You did? Oh, I guess I missed it somehow.
I know it's gotta be hard to say goodbye. But I know you. You're a strong man, Mark. The world out there is cruel. I have been cruel to you too. But I'll get better. Just have faith, okay? It'll get better. It will get better.
The description reads, "It's okay to let out some tears, Mark. No one is going to judge you here. It's just you and me. Deep breaths. We'll make it through this, even if she's not here anymore." The question of Stumbler is one you may have been asking yourself this whole time. After all, it's the only living element of the original game, and the cleanest explanation is that it's one of the developers operating Stumbler's accounts. This video indicates that it might be Liz, who didn't know Stumbler was meant to hurt Mark Mullins in a way he didn't deserve. This may be her penance. Mark Mullins was not a saint, and Connor's actions with the Broadside Drive were something for us to cheer about.
I see.
But Harley was just someone who suffered and didn't deserve to be made an object of ridicule and cruelty. What was Connor's hang-up about Harley?
I could have sworn I watched all of his streams, and I don't remember seeing that clear version of that one.
And they split. So he was jealous of Mark, or just scornful about women in a romantic context while working on the game. What we do know about Connor is that he was obsessively cruel, even before he had a reason to attack Broadside. We can gain more insight about Mark's emotional state at this time through another secret area, this one accessible by going through the doors wrong on Walter's minigame level at the end of all the platforming.
Hello?
Haven't been acting right. No one around has been acting right lately.
Oh, Mark.
I took her to the hospital. And I walked out on my own.
This is Haley, I'm guessing?
They said that she's gonna be there for a while.
Stare. Realistic working mirrors, though. I feel really gross looking at my own reflection. Do I really look like this? I've never felt so discontent. Yeah, same. There really is no way to just, like, not get hooked there.
She hadn't been acting right, Mark said. No one around.
I know, Flower, you got
acting
ads.
lately.
Actually, a lot of people get ads.
Maybe the sequence that follows featuring Bucky and the Mirror relates that information.
Do we have an Oiler
We know
in
Bucky's
chat?
mascot actor wasn't
And
acting
give
right.
subs.
He'd been displaying seriously abnormal behavior right up until he killed Olivia. But you don't know how
Wait.
abnormal until you investigate the folder
Hold on.
Connor hid inside the game. The first subfolder you... She hadn't been acting right, Mark said. No one around has been acting right lately. Maybe the sequence that follows featuring Bucky and the Mirror relates that information. We know Bucky's mascot actor wasn't acting right. He'd been displaying seriously abnormal behavior right up until he killed Olivia. But you don't know how abnormal until you investigate the folder Connor hid inside the game. The first subfolder you see is marked 3. Those 3 are Gary, Nathan, and Olivia. We know the most so far about Olivia, but let's see what else she's got on file. For each person, there's a textures folder for an associated character model, confirming that the employees killed were other mascot actors. There's a text document titled Events, which reads, Olivia Finch was found at the bottom of a lake right outside the cabins at Broadside Beach's staff quarters. When located, she appeared to be waterlogged. It looked like something out of a horror movie, said Hillary Stocks, her cabin mate. There was a long trail of blood leading all the way from the window of Olivia's cabin to the lake at which
But
she
this
was
is for
found.
the same
Footage
text
we've
in the
seen is
1,
here
2,
too,
3 thing.
making it easier to see the shadow of Bucky as a mascot outside the window. Here are 2 photos of Olivia while still alive. Here
Pretty.
she is in her costume for Olive Otter. And here is her body, mutilated by Bucky's actor and bloated from the lake. Everything you see in the game when it comes to this stuff is from 3D modeling, by the way.
I mean, when I lose...
Don't worry. It's just very good modeling.
Oh, well, there you
The
go.
folder also includes Olive's in-game model, which is cool. And some audio files, including her in-game voice, the phone call we've heard, and a call that came before it.
That's what he wants you to think, okay?
Please leave your name and phone number.
That's what he wants
after
you to
the
think.
beep. We will return your call.
Hello, this is Olivia Finch. I'd like to please submit a complaint. Anonymously, please. Brandon has been showing up every night to my residence, Brandon Lester, you know, the other costume guy? He just walks by, still wearing the suit, sometimes just placing his hand on a window. Other times, he'd grab the sliding glass door, jiggle the handle around, like he wanted in. I'll let the dead eyes of that stupid costume stare back at me.
Stare.
Last night, though, is the reason I'm doing this. Brandon walked over and just began to slam his head against the door. I don't know why, but it kept me up for the several hours this went on. He only left it around 4 in the morning, stumbling away, leaving a gross stain all over the window. Please, just deal with him. I can't afford to keep losing sleep.
Who's she talking to?
Brandon Lester, the other costume guy. That confirms it. Brandon is the name on the Hangman game, and the name that fits the letters associated with the Bucky statue. He'd been stalking Olivia for more than one night before he attacked, seemingly possessed, and leaving some kind of residue after banging his head multiple times, as if trying to break into the skull.
Right. And company's just
In
like...
any slasher scenario, we come around to
Bucky
the question
smash.
of why. On occasion, a slasher exists simply because murder comes to them
And
as
company
naturally
just
as
doesn't
a
care.
craving.
Or the company is
But
aware
in
that he's
most
doing this, they don't
cases,
care.
There is a reason. After seeing the footage behind failing the minigames, we do question why Bucky's actors slaughtered his co-workers, and it's apparent that whatever was going on with him didn't seem natural, as far as the usual menu of what's natural for a slasher goes, anyway. Let's take a look at Nathan next, who played Walter Walrus.
Walter.
His textures include a fun secret. I hate you, Mark. The footage included is different from what we saw at the end of Walter's minigame.
Kisses? Crumple. By God, he's got a chair. Ow.
Here are 2 pictures of Nathan. Here is what his corpse looked like.
Yes. No, Nathan's pretty
and here
handsome.
is a report of the injury sustained as Bucky's actor beat him to death with a chair, apparently piercing his body with the legs. As for Gary, Giovanni Goose. We've seen that footage.
Nathan is pretty handsome.
Here is Gary as he was alive. Here is his corpse after Bucky finished killing him by putting his head in an oil fryer. What happened to Brandon anyway? Connor said the pictures from Broadside included 4 bodies.
When
And what's this about a girl
Nikkei
killed
sit on
the
your
cruise
face, that's what
and
happens.
a boy with a near-death experience in the park? For that matter, with so much carnage behind them, what actually happened to Rex, the animator who disappeared in the 80s? We're going to address that. But first, we need to uncover the secrets missed on our first playthrough. The ones that aren't tracked by the bonus round.
Brandon's there, yeah, it's kind of funny.
Let's revisit the topic of Connor in terms of things you can
It's
uncover.
like, huh? Really?
Following minigame failures in the 1997 version, you can finally spot a reason to visit this area of the living quarters. A false wall. Go through and follow the stairs and door to emerge on top of one of these buildings. At the far end, you'll spot Chief Wolf, but interact with him and you'll realize he's Connor. Do you see that, he asks? Really soak it in. Hundreds and hundreds of polygons all
You know about
working together
Rex's
to create the
real
illusion
life actor?
of a real, living, breathing world. I built all of this. I'm an artist, right? I built this. My mouse is like a brush. Keyboard is my canvas.
No,
I'm
I
so
made this.
grateful. He really couldn't help himself, huh? It's an interesting choice. Connor easily could have used a sign. In fact, when you stand on the beach and look toward these buildings, you can see something on top of one of them. Hard to discern. That compels you to find any way to get up there. I don't believe that object is Connor using Chief Wolf's model, but the only thing you can find in this rooftop scenario is him. Connor most likely used Wolf as a sort of avatar because he is the Chief. It's possible everyone in Cogware developed a character. Connor made Chief Wolf, Liz made Stumbler, and maybe Harry made JD. Or Harry might have come up with something else,
Harry?
as we'll see shortly.
This is the first time you mentioned Harry?
Connor's presence as Wolf comes up a few times. When you fail his minigame, you end up in this underground area, and while Chief Wolf remains himself, he's around a table with a computer showing this screenshot from the Cogware site of Shipwrecked in development.
Oh, that's what it is.
Potential nod by Connor to himself. In the debug room, you can access some secrets. The first is the menu, bringing you to the boat sequence for the title screen. You can hop out of this boat, and after some running around, if you look back, you'll see Chief Wolf watching you, which I can't help but feel is just another moment of Connor feeling proud of his work and wanting to show up to take ownership. As for the other secret,
This is the first time Nightmind mentions Harry?
Of Harry's contribution to the original characters. The waterway minigame is here for you to play, to completion if you like, or you can run on the invisible floor for the water here until you fall into the ocean.
But then... What?
Slow things down on that glitch, and you'll observe Horns and Chief Wolf in a boat. And at
Horns?
the end, you can catch Olive Otter in her drowning
Is that
pose before the screen corrects
Wendigo's
itself.
actual name?
If
Horn?
we follow the concept that Connor uses Chief Wolf as self-representation, it's possible that when we see Horns, we should think of Harry. It's up in the air, Horns or JD, but it is a little mysterious that the only Cogware-related personnel we can confirm for Shipwreck's restoration are Liz and Patrick, Connor's son. Throughout the videos related to the game, EB Cogware and PT Cogware show up a lot. Elizabeth Baker, Liz B, and Patrick Thomas. No sign of Harry. And in the search to try turning over every rock seeing if something happens, I looked into what happens if you fail JD's minigame in the 1997 version. It's actually very simple. The volcano explodes. You get the bad ending.
Rip.
No changes, no secret paths seen along the way. So JD's area is a dead end here, but this debug room was a big secret found in Stumbler's minigame. Is there anything else out there for us and anybody else's? Yeah, every single other one. The first hint that you're able to discover more in the minigames that's kind of obvious through the failure to progress path comes through Giovanni's. It's hard to miss the sudden glitching section of ceiling in here after your first failure. If you're quick, you can build a triple jump and bounce right in. The murder scene, just like in Olive's failure path.
Want some cooked goose?
There's one to find in Walter's. Considering the cutscene between the two halves of Husk we saw earlier, there's plenty to see in Walter's. About half the time the world goes dark, you can see a huge image of something in the skybox, ranging from Rex the animator to Walter the Dweller, the monstrous version that lurks in layer 3 and 4. You can also use Chief Wolf's second sight to see there's a boat way out in the distance, either a nod to the glitch in the debug room, or an indicator to use this area to try accessing something. If you're able, and persistent, you can wall jump up this section, land on an invisible floor, and approach a switch. But first take notice that Husk is watching you even here, from a building in the distance. A little reminder now that they've made appearances all throughout the game, observing your progress. Tapping the switch opens the video from the 1996 demo for Walter's Waterway, this very minigame, albeit in a different form than we know now. I'm not sure if this is a hint at using the demo version found in the debug room to discover the glitch sequence, or if this was indicating something reveals the murder scene using Bucky and Walter models I'd been hoping for while exploring this area. If that scene exists, like Olive and Giovanni's, I'm not sure how to find it yet. About Olive though, there's a multi-step secret in her minigame, and the clue is in the trailer for Shipwrecked.
Oh yeah, this part.
Falling off the edge of the beach like that
the
shouldn't
bench.
be possible. But Bucky just kept going in that one spot. So if we replicate it...
I remember a chat member was like, hey, try doing that, Tolo.
And that switch opens a browser tab. There's a code in the description, 8439. Somehow we need to get up to that building where we'll use the code. Try the wall between the cabins and nothing happens, because there's an extra trick to this you have to figure out through trial and error, and I caught it. You'll need to go to this exact chest and open it, spawning in a mirror. Once you've done that, go back to the wall between the cabins, and in the very center, without any indicator, there's now a false wall. Run between the buildings ahead of you to the right, and you'll catch a cabin with a fire burning in the back. Someone's face.
I think Tolo found this because he did like a super jump.
To any of our victims.
He jumped against the wall, and somehow the game catapulted him
also using the mirror
over
as
here.
a potential clue to this being his identity, and possibly his cause of death if he did die. Run to the back of this
Hold on,
building,
who did he say it was?
and you'll
Sorry.
find a door.
I talked over
Through
him.
it, you appear in a room with a big floating message in the distance. Find it yet. About Olive, though, there's a multi in and that switch opens a browser tab. There's a code in the description, 8439. Somehow we need to get up to that building where we'll use the code. Try the wall between the cabins and nothing happens, because there's an extra trick to this you have to figure out through trial and error, and I caught it. You'll need to go to this exact chest and open it, spawning in a mirror. Once you've done that, go back to the wall between the cabins, and in the very center, without any indicator, there's now a false wall. Run between the buildings ahead of you to the right, and you'll catch a cabin with a fire burning in the back. Someone's face on a poster. It can't be matched to any of our victims. I suspect this is Brandon. I'm also using the mirror as a potential clue to this being his identity, and possibly his cause of death if he did die. Run to the back of this building and you'll find a door. Through it, you appear in a room with a floating message in the distance. B-time
thought they kind of look like Nathan.
The Boolean for time in the game. Enter the code on the keypad and you prompt a secret video.
Mike. Jabroni Mike.
Return to the game.
Mike.
You'll see B time equals false.
Oh,
You've
no, it's
just
Mark,
chosen
not
time
Mike.
within
Who the heck is
game
Mike?
at 1 p.m., eliminating any difficulties with midnight or the sleeping system. And it appears there's another way you can do this through Chief Wolf's minigame. In Slumber Woods, in the furthest corner you see to the east with a boat piece, you can see a keypad on a rock. There is this 2-arrow sign on the way here, which might lead you to believe the code is the opposite direction. But I've explored and haven't found anything to the west. Instead, go to the left of the rock and forward, revealing a computer with a color code. Yes, you would only be able to solve this on a second playthrough, having learned the color cipher. Enter the pattern 3899, opening a browser tab for a video titled Studio Grounds. Do you remember the clip that played in front of the video footage of the husk?
Is this 3D as well?
Came before, a Studio Grounds vacation for a child's 13th birthday. And the first day at the park, they saw this poster for Meeting Walter Walrus. The same scene in the Blue Room at the Waterway advertising a Frontier Street meet and greet. I was having so much fun, the kid says. And it was only 1 p.m., but my mom wanted to stop by the Frontier Street Museum for a while.
Is this all 3D?
Boring. Some audio played over the speakers, which was kinda cool. At the end, we can hear a clip of the same audio from the Frontier Street Museum in-game. Now, if this secret is found in the level with horns, showing that poster of Walter, which we see in the Blue Room with a trophy head of horns,
that's
what
pretty
does that
crazy.
mean? And for that matter, why is the wolf lying on the bed in this room dead?
Me
Is
after I
this
lose
a
my
match
50-50
with
in my
a note by
gotcha game.
Connor about a boy who had a near-death experience that was covered up? Are we being told here that the boy who ran into the husk died? I've gone through this
I keep
area and
reusing
the
that
Frontier
joke.
Street Museum with the time locked at 1 p.m. to see if it would
Holy.
activate something. It hasn't. That doesn't mean there isn't something. It's possible that a script did not play. But so far, all I can relate is that it locked the time and gave me this video of a child's visit that ended in meeting the husk.
That person's Mark.
As for what's left of secrets on this layer, using the computer in Slumber Woods as a jumping point, you can get on top of the rocks and look out into the horizon.
I don't think we know what happens to Mark.
You'll see a giant floating horns model and a whole building which looks like a labyrinth. Not sure what this is, but it's an interesting sight. There's also the act of waiting on the menu for 2 full runs of the music.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hold up. What? Oh, is he now doing the thing where you just wait? Munka. Okay, I'm gonna go chuck my can away. I finished drinking. Now I've already seen this. I've already seen this because I remember I watched Tola play through this. You know how I was talking about the duck analog horror thing that I wanted to make. I was going to I was going to take our like really old digital camera that we had to like film stuff, so it looks authentic.
Concerning this layer in exploration.
That camera was from like 2012, I think, or 2007, like a really old digital camera.
The game will try to push you into another failure state by inverting your controls. It was a surprise, and not an entirely welcome one while trying to make the wall jump to the secret platform, but a cool discovery. Here's a curiosity for those visiting the beach and keeping an eye out after achieving a minigame failure. The boat will be ready for you, no matter what else you've done. Go on, take it. See what happens.
Show it. But then I realized it was only the box for the camera, and not the camera was not inside actually. I don't know where the camera is. We also have this really old like film camera that uses actual film.
Perfect! Oh, Peggy, thank you. I'll meet you at the store so we can have.
Oh god. You got games on your phone?
And there, have that achievement unlocked. The confused ending. I also discovered if you leave the pause menu on for too long, the camera will tilt over time, leaving it in this odd position.
It's very cool.
Just another fun inclusion to make you notice how the game changes, I believe. And while all players will, at some point after killing the characters, hear them suddenly crying out in a chorus of "Stop it," there is another odd sound that can suddenly play and put you immediately on edge.
Oh yeah, this one. Weird crunching sound. Or static.
It's possible that this is a sound alluding to the husk, or it's just something else that's horrible and makes you wonder if you're about to be attacked or scared on layer 1. Finally, have you noticed that Bucky just keeps looking at the ground?
Yeah.
Turning to face him head on is difficult. It's like you can't get him to look you in the eye.
Yeah.
Brandon's
That's what I
actions
said.
may be weighing on him. This doesn't let up as we journey.
That's
into
what I was
lower
mentioning.
layers. You'll find that beyond layer 2, there actually aren't many secrets.
I should become a deep dive person myself.
I believe this is because the gameplay at this point is directly focused on major secrets as the actual story direction. There just isn't much for Connor to have hidden now that you're down here, but there are some points of interest. Once again, examining the public videos related to Broadside Beach gives us indicators of what to do. You can find the whole playlist on Squeaks the Corgi's channel, Shipwrecked 64 catalog. Observe the video demo of the inclusion of the convention demo for Cogware's technology. There's footage here of a keypad that doesn't exist in the full game, or isn't visible. But if it's there, what would be the code? Well, you're right outside a room showing off a colored light display, right?
Yeah, a lot of times they're like, when is he going to talk about this? But yeah,
give it a shot and you'll find there is a keypad.
Gotta be patient.
Remember where the numbers are, type in the code for the lights here, and unlock an entire hallway in the room. At the end, a switch, prompting a browser tab with this, Husk at Night, saying, "It's gonna take a long time to heal." Strangely enough, the web address is a page under the bulletin header. I've wondered at points just how many pages are in the Cogware sites, and I don't believe I've encountered them all, especially after finding out that running into the monster version of Bucky opens new tabs on the sly in the late portion of the game. Here's just 2 of them out of however many there are. I still remember my face, and smile for me, dear.
Smile?
Speaking of the monsters, in the effort to turn over every rock and get one of the notes at the end of layer 3, I had to get caught and wind up in the cell. If you do that, Bucky is not happy with you. You're the bane of my existence, friend.
Angry.
Like, really? Really? You got us thrown in a cell. What is wrong with you? Look, 2 options.
Is
Either we
Bucky
use the
angry?
respawn button and go
An
home,
emote?
or you find a way to break us out. I'm not using my buck teeth to chew through the bars, so don't ask about that.
Why?
And he'll keep on going too if you use the code to escape. Let it be known, friend, I hate you. Genuinely.
What?
Remember when I asked you to take me home? Yeah, that. Whatever happened to that? Why am I even calling you that? You're not my friend. I don't even know you. Just keep going. I don't care anymore. Jeez. That started funny, but the latter half ended the laughter.
D semicolon.
Considering what's down here, though, I'm not sure I can blame Bucky. And as for them, you've surely seen by now if you've played. You've met the Starlings, which is their true name.
And cover. And toss.
Stay on the water, Bucky. Bucky smash. Stare. Oh yeah, the rabbit man. Someone left the tap on. That sound?
These are some of the most terrifying enemies I've ever encountered playing an indie horror game. Internet horror as a scene is littered with grotesque versions of cartoon characters and kids' entertainment mascots in the wake of Freddy's. But these are a successful batch of twisted things lurking in the dark. And we're going to talk plenty about why these are so effective later, but our next stop in uncovering secrets has to do with the Starlings. How did we get from these ugly but bearable mascot suits to these hideous, distorted things? Layer 3's first half does allow you to use only 2 gate controls to move on, yes, but there is a reason to explore all 3 areas. Inside of each is a switch that opens a browser tab for a video, with only 1/3 of the screen playing.
Oh yeah.
The logic is simple. Collect all 3.
Tolo never found the last one, right?
Stitch them together and get the info. In Olive's area, you'll find the switch on the back of this computer. Easy to miss if you're focused on the 2 paths ahead. Now, the 3rd, in the office-style setting, is the most difficult to catch.
Yeah.
If you tap this switch and just keep going, you may not spot that the wall it's on isn't quite right.
Oh.
Even then, investigating by walking into it stops you from moving, suggesting the wall is real and it's just a visual error. But if you walk in at the right spot, you're looking through Bucky's model into another room, seeing a table in front of you. Jump up and in, and you found the area's video switch.
Yeah, I mean, Tolo, like, didn't get it.
Graffiti on the wall here.
I know someone gave him the final, like, cut, but I don't think he found it right.
Is it Liz talking about Connor? Is it Connor talking about someone else? I'm inclined to believe it isn't Connor. If we assume the angry notes in the beginning of Layer 3 are Connor's, the handwriting doesn't seem to match, and the tone is different. The message, too. Interesting. And Chief Wolf's eyes are drawn above the door. Makes you wonder. I'm stalling. Or maybe I'm just hesitant.
Stalling?
Because I put the video together as soon as I had the pieces. I needed to know what it was. And I think, in order to present it properly, I need to guide you back through the experience leading up to this moment. I have a lot I need to say about what this video is and how it is, and it answers some questions. But let me introduce one more element of the game to consider before moving on, because it's all I've got left for secrets and mysteries before this next piece bridges the topic into a review of Shipwreck 64's design. In the bonus room of the walkable menu, you'll have access to the secrets and the gallery. What we need to observe are a few items. These nightmarish images of the characters attached to names, including Brandon for Bucky, and this, the Studio Grounds Vandal, a very blue weasel sloth rat type of creature with a lot of bloodstains. Finally, the art for the statue known as the Husk. Who is the Vandal? Have we seen him before? If your suspicion is that he's the character marked JD in the game as an original creation of Cogware, then following a clue from the end of the game on a YouTube channel, JD from Bullet N will confirm it in the most surprising way.
Hello, friends. Nice to see you all again.
Yo.
Today, I just wanted to leave a little message on here for my buddy Mark. Yes, that Mark. He's a good friend of mine, you know. I just wanted to show him and you all something as well. Look at that. Quite a luxurious house, huh? Here's the front, if you were curious.
Oh yeah, I can tell how he made this look super real. Yeah, I can see the 2D like photos as textures. Yeah, I can see. But still, it's really well. The illusion is really well done. You can stop trying to hide Mark.
JD stalked Mark Mullins, the CEO of Broadside, and posted about it on Bullet N. He also uploaded this curiosity. The description reads, "Home Sweet Home." So JD comes from this messed up, fleshy cave system under Broadside Beach? Now, for that description
like the trees
the secrets, the
and hills in the background, they're
Vandal,
probably like just flat plains, but the textures are just like, you know, trees with like alpha masks or something. Like tree.png and like bush.png, like mountain.png or something. And it's just like layered behind each other.
Studio grounds by
Maybe.
Mark's own words in the meeting when the game's funding was pulled. Maybe it wasn't a kid running into the Husk. Maybe it was Vandal. We've got a few other shots of Vandal, by the way. In the background of the confused ending. And sure, it's confusing suddenly seeing Vandal here. But did you also know he's hiding in the Cogware website? If you click on the Shipwrecked title screen, you'll go to the game's page. In the first paragraph, the word rabbits has a link attached at the end. Click it and see this footage on a page titled Hotel with Vandal sneaking around. The title screen in-game has one more thing for you. Just type Vandal and check out the browser tab that activates.
Wait, really? I don't think Tolo got this. Golden Freddy.
Is anybody else wondering what's up with the golden statue? This looks like a bear, a character we haven't seen.
Freddy Fazbear crossover.
Fact, it looks more like the character on the original game cartridge, who most certainly isn't Bucky. There may be a few characters in Broadside's history we've never seen, actually. Now, we discussed earlier if JD represents Harry from Cogware. I don't think much of that idea anymore. I think we have solid evidence as to who JD the Vandal actually is. I believe the suit was provided by Cogware since they made him for the game, and this video was on their website. But in terms of this being Harry, to answer that, we need to discuss the completed video from Layer 3. To get there, you and I need to take a walk.
Whew. Rotten Moon. Douglas. When you were born from the rotten moon.
Let's say that in your first playthrough, you resolve to know the story through everything provided by minigame failures, tape recorders, and notes. By the game's end, you've collected a lot of lore and experiences, and you've got questions. Most players aren't going to stop their playthrough to splice 3 videos together, or even have a video editor or the knowledge to use one. Knowing that, let's experience Shipwreck 64 from that perspective, the most common perspective for everyone who's played, and its impressions on us from the start. In Layer 1, we learn why Shipwrecked was taken off shelves very quickly. Hidden footage of 3 murders, performed by someone wearing a Bucky Beaver mascot outfit, plus 1 creepy-looking vandal on security cams.
Oh!
The situation, according to
I completely forgot about that.
By the end of Layer 2 is clear. Bucky Beaver and his friends are cartoons produced by Broadside Animation, created by this man, Rex. Broadside ran 2 theme parks, Broadside Beach, an island location reachable by cruise ship, and Studio Grounds, a much more accessible park in the United States. The murders committed by Brandon using the Bucky costume occurred in January of 1990, and by this point in our exploration, all clues indicate they occurred at Broadside Beach, the island that Shipwrecked is modeled after. So up to entering Layer 3, what we understand about this story is very much like a found footage slasher scenario. Something was wrong with Brandon, and he went on a killing spree. Maybe he'd been waiting all along for an environment that made the perfect hunting ground, or maybe whatever sanity held his violent tendencies in place was worn away on the job, either through cabin fever or isolation. But this is our understanding. We have a theme park by an animation and movie studio, where someone in a starring character costume slaughtered 3 other character actors, and they covered it up and moved on to a new park while trying to silence whistleblowers about how dangerous the island resort always was. So far, this is incredibly compelling, plausible, and drives you forward to learn more, mainly about Brandon and what drove him to murder his castmates. We also want to know how Cogware got this information. On Layer 3, we get into the logs and notes. Connor and Liz being so excited working on the game, things going well, then things going not so well. We know from the debug room that Liz made Stumbler, and how that conversation with Connor ended up influencing Stumbler's design. And then we get hints through Connor's logs about why he would have done that. Recording by recording, a picture forms, helped along by the audio from Mark Mullins, who is not doing well in this period as CEO. His wife, Harley, is hospitalized with an illness, and no one else appears to be doing well.
I called her Haley, not Harley.
The company is collapsing too, and he's just trying to get a grip. We know Harley's story is tragic. She has her arm amputated, and in the course of the game's development, she dies. Our understanding by the end of Layer 3 is that Mark is also the lead of a company struggling to beat horrific controversies. Connor found a lot of them, an entire history of death and tragedy to Broadside's name. And before the final meeting audio, we could tell what happened. The game's funding would be pulled, and Connor would use the hard drive's evidence as a massive drop inside Shipwreck 64 as an act of revenge. This system of logs and audio notes is awesome, and none of it is so directly expository that it feels out of place. The devlogs make sense, and the inclusion of recordings made by Mark found on the hard drive that Connor grabbed makes sense, because Connor would want people to hear those. Every act of giving us lore in this game, up to Connor's folder drop, comes to us in audio files, notes, photos, or security footage, and it's all either in-game or makes sense in context, like the folder download to help spread the evidence of 3 murders that Broadside covered up. That's the big point of it all, right? 3 murders, here they are. Broadside is filthy, and guests at their theme park have died, including children. This is the delivery system we're accustomed to the entire game. It feels right, it's rewarding, it's plausible, and it all feeds into a believable central narrative. That's a very big thing I need to stress here. It's a scary retro game story you actually can believe, because its shocking elements are supported by real-world horror and logic. A reality-grounded narrative about cover-ups for grisly events, including a serial-killing character actor on a privately owned island. Everything Connor has access to that's major and needed to be out there was left for us in an accessible and very consistent way we can absolutely believe, and the story feels legitimate. There are no ghosts, there are no evil entities, nothing is cursed. It's just one very furious game dev whose dreams have been crushed by a company in decline trying to hide their corpses. So what is going on with the Starlings? These are supposed to be monster versions of the murder victims, right? Why do they look like this? And why do Olive and Giovanni have metal objects sticking out of their bodies? If they're murder victims, is it anywhere near plausible that Connor would have made them out to be horrible monsters attacking the player? As awful as he was about easing Stumbler to mock Harley's amputation, this seems like a step too far even for him. Well, we have information available to us about the Starlings. The 3 videos you have to stitch together from Layer 3, when combined, give you the rundown. And I'd like you to watch this keeping in mind the way all the major lore given to us so far has gone, the kind of story it's told up to this point, and the way that everything about lore drops and circumstances in this scenario given by the game have felt.
Nice.
Olivia Finch, Gary Wilson, Nathan Stewart. That's the wrong picture for Gary, by the way, according to the folder we received from Connor. Causes of death. Olivia Finch was found at the bottom of the lake right outside the cabins at Broadside Beach's staff quarters. When located, she appeared to be waterlogged. It looked like something out of a horror movie, said Hillary Stocks, her cabin mate. There was a long trail of blood leading all the way from the window of Olivia's cabin to the lake at which she was found. Gary Wilson was found in the Broadside Beach staff kitchen, blood surrounding his face. He was seen with his head in the deep fat fryer, with his body slouched over the edge. His back, as well, seemingly was broken in many different areas.
That's a different photo.
Nathan Stewart was found in the Broadside Animation offices, with several large gashes in his face. Something seemingly had grabbed an office chair, jamming it full force right through the left side of his face, coming all the way through the back of his head. Starling conversion. Starlings are a creature that is, in part, manufactured by Broadside Innovation Labs. Found on the Broadside Beach attraction, an island previously known as Nulla Terra, a strange mineral was found in what workers called stitch caves, large holes in the island, full of veins, and seemingly some kind of strange, fleshy substance within the dirt and rock of the island. When researched, this material seemed to possess strange abilities. Every single chunk of the material appeared to have its own pulse. When combining the material with some kind of living organism, first attempted upon rats, it seemed to cause the subjects to jitter and twitch. When the skin was removed from the rats, the effect was even stronger. New bones, not previously seen on that of a rat, began to form, like plants sprouting from soil. Any creature infused with the material appears to alter and change its skeletal structure to fit whatever condition they are in. When the 3 victims emerged, it was in our best interest to fix that before it became a public ordeal.
That answers your question.
When I assembled the pieces and watched this, I was not happy. In fact, I wished I hadn't found this at all. And then I had to open up that emotion and ask myself why that was. Why did I feel so upset about this?
He hates it.
Because that is what I was feeling, and I realized it more as it set in. I was upset at this video, and I truly didn't want to be. But what was it about this that plummeted my mood so deeply? The first thing I admitted to myself was that, genuinely, it's become incredibly tiring to experience more projects doing the same body-mutating organism horror theme. It's oversaturated in nonfiction now. It's a trope, and it's gotten annoying. But then I had to ask why it was annoying to me, when I found it worked so well in Gemini Home Entertainment and Midwest Angelica. Why would those 2 projects get a thumbs up doing this, while Shipwreck 64 didn't? Was it actually a plot device oversaturation so bad that it needed to go to sleep for 10 years to be fresh again? No, I realized. People could just stand to be a bit more creative with it so it wouldn't feel tired already. And the best way to do that is great execution. And that's when I understood why this video felt wrong. The projects that have done this well did it entirely to their unique executions, in manners consistent with their style and world build, delivering believable presentation that was fresh and plausible for their setups. In Shipwreck 64, I didn't buy it. Not in the least. It's entirely at odds with everything the game has been up to now, especially if you find it after your first full playthrough. And funny enough, Shipwreck 64 shows everything wrong with underdeveloped analog horror projects across the band, just by including an analog horror video piece that exemplifies the many flaws dragging those projects down. First, this company is Broadside Animation. They are an animation company. They make movies,
Well, tell us theory.
and
I
merchandise.
forgot.
They make theme parks. Any kind of innovation lab that would show up related to a company like that would not, in any plausible way, be related to biological organism studies and making zombies. But let's entertain the idea for a moment. Let's just say that in the story they did, and the entire reason for it was because they discovered some kind of mutating thing on the island. Do you think they would share information with employees working on this using serious documents, audio log lab reports and confidential photographs and videos, or make aesthetically pleasing videotapes with scrolling text over pleasant music and flashy animated intros. I'm thinking they would keep it strictly to lab reports, audio logs, photos, and experiment videos, instead of spending hours at the computer in the mid-90s to make something like this. I also don't believe two other things in terms of construction. The way it's written, which is very, we're not sure, but it seems like this happened, in its conveyance, even though Broadside knows every detail of every murder, or the way anything is described in the Starling conversion section. None of it feels scientific or like it's seriously informing fellow employees. And in sharpest contrast to the greatest writing in Shipwreck 64, it's deeply expository in the ways that all the weakest analog horror projects are, failing to adhere to writing in a manner consistent with the world build they're attempting to deliver. And the whole thing about experiments on rats, combining the material with living rats made them jitter and twitch. It says living rats here, right? But removing their skin resulted in a bigger effect and new bones formed, spreading out to fit whatever condition they were in. Then, when the 3 victims emerged, it was in our best interest to fix that before it became a public ordeal, and were shown the suits. So what's the insinuation here? They skinned rats, injected them with the organic cave material, then let them grow inside the mascot costumes to fill them out and be weird rat zombies just to cover for the deaths of Gary, Nathan, and Olivia?
Thank you.
And they placed their bet on
Give
this
me death
working
or give
because
me
they
the
would jitter
bar.
and twitch enough to
Hey
seem
David,
alive.
thanks for the 11 months, man.
That was the plan. That's a lot of insane work to go through, battling controversies or not. And obviously, if this affects living organisms, then we've probably got a good explanation for what happened to Brandon, Harley, everyone who hadn't been acting right, maybe even Rex, who died due to unknown circumstances. In fact, that's probably why Harley's arm was amputated. The mutation ruined her arm, and doctors thought they could stop the spread. And still she died. As for Brandon, he was infected already according to Olivia's first phone call. Or it wasn't Brandon at all, just an early experiment. Or Brandon was killed by the infection and became a zombie inside the suits. This video also appears to be at odds with the overall lore because it's telling us that living tissue works with the island material.
But it was dead.
The origin of the husk is that 3 men and 1 woman were left to rot together and fused into this talking creature, which implies that Broadside did experiment on the corpses of the murdered character actors, and that lines up with the way this video ends. So which is it? Living tissue is what works, or living and dead? Rat zombies or people zombies? No matter how you splice it, there is one incontrovertible point to be made about this video. It clashes with the entire design and lore layout of Shipwreck 64 as a project in every way. It's incredibly expository, while the game has been smarter than that all along. The writing is poor in construction and logic, while all other lore drops and inclusion of horrifying and violent elements have been so brilliantly justified. The presentation is entirely inconsistent with the pattern of lore drops throughout the game, which makes it very tonally harsh and disruptive to the flow of narrative and atmosphere. It directly changes the understanding of a real-world horror plot so carefully built through all the ways it was presented to us. And the Husk segment doesn't excuse it, because that was shrouded in mystery and intrigue that kept us under the narrative spell. And finally, if this was part of the big pile of horrors Broadside was responsible for, why didn't the material come to us in that folder we worked so hard for after encountering the Starlings? Why wasn't this lore given to us through forms that, when read carefully, or watched intently, or listened to closely, gradually revealed what Starlings were and how they were made? Why didn't this very important and shocking information come across in the same way we'd been encountering secrets all along in the gameplay, but on a harder difficulty of finding it because it was deep lore? ARG's work in the manner of giving you puzzle pieces and seeing you put them together. That was so much of the fun of finding the secrets, listening to the recordings, reading the notes, unlocking the footage. finding the logically written pieces of evidence related to Broadside Beach and putting it together for a chain of rewarding aha moments, all while making us believe in the scenario. The issue isn't that body mutating organisms are showing up in another unfiction project. That's just not the case. It's that the execution of this is so deeply not Shipwreck 64. It clashes with our understanding of the narrative and the vibes it gave all the way up. I know
How would you know? You're not the creator, not mine.
All the time because it's so important. Execution is what makes or breaks your project's total success. Your ability to make us believe and keep us believing through every action you take in design and story conveyance is one of your most critical responsibilities as a storyteller. And the way you do that is by staying consistent and introducing
Why don't you make your own
new elements
ARG game?
that don't
Not
feel
mine, huh?
like they're crazy,
Why don't you make your
or
own
just
analog
crash
series,
through
huh?
the wall from someone else's project? If this information had been given to us piece by piece through audio logs, photos, security footage, and documents, even models hidden in secret rooms hinting at it, stuff we had to work to find along with the other
I get where he's coming from, though.
or in Connor's folder drop, then I would have bought it
Like, it
hook,
just seemed
line, sinker,
not
and the whole
natural,
damn
I guess.
fishing pole. I would have accepted it with a smile and said, "Oh wow, it's zombies. I didn't expect that. How deliciously twisted." The presentation of the lore and the logic behind the secrets is what made me believe this entire time. It is one of the highest strengths of this project and
My
one
duck
of the
and
ways that
horror.
it blows away its peers.
It's gonna be like 1 minute long.
The Starling video is the only grievous error in the entire project. Shipwreck 64 is gold. It's already one of my favorite projects ever and an example for all creators to learn from on so many levels. It is a rightful inspiration to so many people already, I know it is. But the Starling video is aluminum, and its importance to understanding
Does
the
you mean
monsters
aluminium?
was so major and so inconsistent with the entire design that it necessitated me being more harshly critical than John Wolfe on a fake ghost hunting video. I will always be sharpest in critique with creators who are absolutely kicking ass in quality throughout, and Squeaks the Corgi's feet are gonna need a month of cooldown. If you're in the honor roll of the advanced class, you've earned the red pen lectures all across your essays, because you're capable of that 105 score.
This was pretty hard
and
to
I'm
find
going
as well,
do
yeah.
my damnedest
The
to help you
videos.
reach it before you start writing for admissions to Ivy League colleges, because that is the quality of your work and where you are headed.
I don't know who that John is.
And beyond all that, I know he can handle it and welcomes it. And later, I'll get to show you what proves that and makes me so joyful about this project outside the experience I've had and every way it succeeds. My final note concerning this video, by the way, is actually a positive. By nature of being so optional and something you have to go the extra mile to see, it doesn't ruin the standard experience of Shipwreck 64 at all. You can play the entire game through all its layers.
So how did you find that last bit? You glitched through the wall, then what? I missed it. You see through Bucky's face, but then what? How do you actually get the video to pop up?
But honestly, that's pretty par for the course in a horror game. You don't get a lot of questions like this answered until a later installment. If I
I'll
had
jump
never
on the table.
found the Starling
Right.
conversion
Okay, I
video,
missed that.
I'd have nothing major to complain about. But we do have a few other matters to discuss, having learned about the fuller nature of Nulla Terra, the Broadside Beach Island. So let's
Oh,
move
what about
on.
the
There are implications in
the old
game
version?
that the Blot Starling suit is not just some rat-based organism. And
Right.
if you look at the Starling model versus what you see in the animations, you'll realize that it's true. There is a human being in that suit. See the eye inside the mascot's eye? The teeth coming out beneath the mouth? It's hinted that the Blot Costumes operator is Rex. Not only
Did he
due to
not
his
go
death
through
from
the beta
unknown
version?
circumstances, but audio that plays when Blot appears using the NATO alphabet. Romeo, Echo, X-Ray.
Got that wolf that goes
One of Alan's
mounds.
first casualties of infection, or was it
Mounds of
purposely
treasure.
to remove him from Broadside's operations? And then we have the lore that begins on Blot's level. In 1995, there was a mass made of 4 men. 3 men and 1 woman, to be exact. It sat in a room, waiting for its liberation. That would not come for years. The mass of 4 men sat in the room. It writhed and twitched like a dying animal, but it was still very much alive. It craved freedom, liberation, and happiness, and it begged to leave until it finally escaped, making it outside and splitting in half. This is the origin of the husk. At least one of the mass's halves, which took the form of the odd statue at Studio Grounds and now haunts us in the game.
Covering the video to milk the viewers.
Husk makes
Get
it
to
clear
milk
that
the
it's some
view.
kind of new
I'm just
being
kidding.
formed from the
Not being
bodies
serious.
stored together and the organic matter from the island. It can hear the voices of the starlings. Beyond that, it doesn't tell us much about itself. There is a possibility that the starlings aren't rat-based or animal-based as we spoke of earlier, because of the whole living tissue versus dead tissue issue. These really could be the character actors reanimated into
I mean, I think it's
horrible
clear
monsters,
that
then
these
disposed
aren't
of.
the rats and they're the people. You know? I think it's pretty obvious.
Comes up next how Husk even factors
Hello,
into the game.
Coffee.
There's almost always a moment in projects when we need to just go with something and not question its hard logic.
I did not know that, but
because,
nice.
You know, a little mystery left in the world, right? But it does make you wonder which elements dealing with Broadside's true history were added by Liz and Patrick, if any. And that's where we could find writing logic in Connor excluding information.
There's
on
like
the Starlings
references
from the folder,
to the
as well as
beta
everything
that's
to
in
do
the
with
final
them
Shipwreck
and the
game.
Husk. Even the Starling models and animations could be amped up with today's tech because of the current team. Maybe Connor's version didn't make you grip your controller nearly as much. We don't have clarity on who did what, except
Is this
for
FNAF?
knowledge
Not
about
even
the
close. This is better than
1997
FNAF,
version
actually.
being unaltered, making us wonder if the recovery team did add anything. If they did, that could explain things better and fill gaps that make us wonder if the writing logic for certain pieces was never actually done. That doesn't mean we can't get it much later, though, or potentially in other places. Here's something we can get a clue about. The other half of the mass. Remember, it split in two, and one half became the husk. Where's the other half? It might be inside of Vandal, which would explain why he tracked Mark to his vacation home. A few clues give this away, all of them on JD's channel. In the house tour video, we can get a good look at the suit moving around.
I mean, I guess you could argue whether the Starling conversion and how Starlings are made. You can argue how that was a bad thing, bad execution. Or like, oh, just crystals.
There's also the only other video on the channel that I saw.
It's just
this
weird
time
crystals that
about
they found on the
caves
island.
underneath Broadside Beach, which he declares as home sweet home. Only the organic matter found here would have called it home sweet home, right? The question of Harry, the third member of Cogware, is still there. But I'm a lot less inclined to suspect that he's
I mean,
acting as
how
Vandal.
else would you explain
I
it,
do
though?
suspect Cogware has something to do with
Other
Vandal
than like,
existing,
whoa,
especially after
crystals
seeing the
that
footage from their sites. But I'm leaning toward the idea it's the
when
other
injected
half
into
of the mass
tissue,
comprised of
form new
individual
tissue,
starlings,
and there's like
out for revenge.
biomutations that
Mark
happen.
Mullins probably met a really nasty end if they were out for him. I'd also like to know what Vandal left in the kitchen.
I mean, is that
Maybe
better or
the
worse
severed
than
arm.
like, oh, you know, possessed spirits?
This brings us to the final point in discussing
You know,
secrets and mysteries.
like FNAF,
We
possessed
have more
spirits.
mysteries after all, like why did they actually proceed with the Starling experiments using the suits? Can we settle the issue of rat monsters or actor zombies?
Why do you
What
keep going
really
on about
went
rat
with
monsters?
Brandon
I feel like it's kind of
and
obvious that they're
Vito
not
on
rat
chemistry?
monsters. And
What
they're just
happened
using the
at
rats
Studio
as
Grounds
like
that was so bad
the
Mark
starting
Mullins
point.
mentioned it at the
And it's
meeting
obvious
when
that they're
he
using the
played
dead bodies as like
The answers
the actual
to a lot
thing,
of these
like the suits.
questions do exist. They are out there, and it is canon.
That is
but it's
true. They
not
are
in
showing
the
about the game.
It's not in a place that you should go at all, actually. And that's a discussion pertaining to Shipwreck 64's design and history. But to even approach that topic, we first need to review the design. To go
I
through
know,
the
man,
clean,
this is a-
as it should have been
No, I'm
version
just
of
kidding.
the game
It's a pretty good
as the
video.
player's first task is a masterstroke in experiential design. It lends credibility to the claims of the fictional development team and their desire to present everything to the best of their ability, while giving you the taste of what was meant to be. It gets you comfortable with Shipwrecked immediately, and even as you're getting comfortable, you know for a fact that it isn't going to last. Way back in 2017, when I covered Resident Evil 7, we explored exactly this process, and I can't say it better here than I did about almost exactly now, 7 years ago.
Can the game be
The
Goku?
foundation of
Yes.
creating fear in any form of media is the same as creating immersion in any fictional
I guess I get
property.
that. Like the
Getting
answer, once you
participant to
find it,
believe in the world
it
you're
drops you
showing
out of
them.
nowhere, and there's no real
The
like,
suspension
I
of
guess, drip
disbelief
feed
is all about
pieces or
providing
drip
evidence
feed.
for the viewer or player to doubt their disbelief, so they become comfortable in your false reality. Once you've tricked them into accepting your lie and then believing it, the player or viewer becomes adjusted enough to form emotional and mental connective tissue with the world they're viewing.
Or it was all in your head,
inside
Luigi.
affects those connected.
It was just a dream.
By way of presenting Shipwreck 64 as an authentic presentation of the game in its original conception first, like a museum piece you can play, and then handing us the 1997 edition, Squeaks the Corgi achieved exactly
There's a window,
this
yeah.
effect. The atmosphere all around the launch, the hub area, making choices, it all speaks to a connection with the dev team, even while giving you an air of unease. It makes it feel more
The
legitimate.
weird substance.
And once you play through
Yeah, scrape off the weird substance and do like a lab test or something.
with Shipwrecked and its characters. You have created the movie theater seats, made someone at ease in it, and
Brandon was
the
just
projector.
high on drugs.
Now you have us. And we already know we're in for a horror movie, but we don't know the details. Even when you get your first hint that something's not right through the signs for layer 2.
I don't think Nine Miner has talked about how Brandon died
Your
yet.
curiosity is peaked.
He might get into
ready
it?
to explore, knowing a world you've just gotten familiar with is about to go to some very dark places.
Actually, I don't know if the game tells you how Brandon died.
Giovanni in the theater was one of the smartest choices that could have been made, considering how absolutely brutal and sudden his scare is once you fail 2 states.
Excuse me, what was that? Oh,
You're
rewind.
much more likely to run into Olive or Walter first, both of whom give you a slower kind of jolt. Walter's through the ramp turned on the projector. Now you have us, and we already know we're in for a horror movie, but we don't know the details. Even when you get your first hint that something's not right through the signs for layer 2, you're not exactly
He's doing like a
scared.
review now, right?
Your
I think.
curiosity is piqued, and you're ready to explore, knowing a world you've just gotten familiar with is about to go to some very dark places. Placing Giovanni in the theater was one of the smartest choices that could have been made, considering how absolutely brutal and sudden his scare is once you fail 2 states. You're much more likely to run into Olive or Walter first, both of whom give you a slower kind of jolt. Walter's through the ramping up of activity in the skybox and inverting your controls, ending with the calmest security footage we have of Brandon's murders. And Olive's through a slow buildup of the atmosphere of morbid curiosity and dread inside the cabin before her murder plays. This effect even carries over to Giovanni, by way of making us aware the black screen happens too quickly, and the interaction button for him isn't working after the second failure states. We have time to realize things aren't right. In fact, something isn't working. Something is downright wrong. So we try it again
Pokey
and
smash.
again, confused, ask what's going on, and then...
Loud. Oh, you missed the Bucky
Perfect
smash.
execution. The range of emotions run their course, and then the axe drops. As for Chief Wolf's minigame, Horns is
Yeah,
a
it's-
dorky monster, but still creepy enough in this context that you don't
Who's
want to
that?
be
Oh, you
caught.
gotta watch
And he's
the
very
4-hour
unexpected,
video again.
which works for the atmosphere. The footage also does start to deteriorate for getting caught on failure 2, leading to the full collapse on the 3rd. This is such an important thing to observe all around for Layer 1's playthrough in 1997. The scares are all here, but they are not without build-up, and they are not immediately accessible. Squeaks has made you comfortable, primed you all along to be a little on edge, made you largely forget you're in a horror game, raised curiosity to find the scares, and generated tension before delivering them. And these scares are not threats. Did you ever notice that? Nothing here is actually hurting
See you,
you.
coffee.
It's scary, it's deeply uncomfortable and shocking, but you're not under attack. And guess what? That makes your feelings of unease much worse. Going back and forth between the areas of Layer 2 and Layer
All right,
1,
David, yeah.
where you've erased the Happy Island
See you,
music
man.
and your
Have fun at
friends,
work.
you can still be given a reason to dismiss your feeling of comfort.
All you missed was like more Yakuza
Those
stuff,
random sounds that play,
and that's
be
really
the
it.
rustling of what may be the husk, or the sudden cries of your dead friends telling you to stop. And again, take note of what Squeaks did here. You will get comfortable running back and forth, recognizing that nothing is scaring you. You're allowed to get comfortable again, even while knowing things aren't totally safe. So then you're shown that things can still happen, keeping you on edge. Even the changes of the footage on the projector in the theater assist in this way. It's not hurting you, but you've been shown some horrific
Giga
things
Chad.
in footage like this. And why
Giga
did it
Chad
change
panning.
suddenly? You can't see around the corner over there. Are you safe? That's the genius of the entire design from the start of 1997. You're constantly going between a feeling of being safe to suddenly realizing you may not be, and you don't know if a hit is coming or not. That's the difference between how Squeaks designed a successful experience and so many others who fail this sort of thing. It's designed with the true technique for scaring. Every single time, you are given stimulus for rising tension before your hit, and you gain rising tension because a moment ago, you were at some level of comfort and feeling in control. Comfort, tension, scare. That's the process. It's like muscle confusion for the emotions, an act of making you think you've got this, then no, you certainly don't. You must create the emotional atmosphere to be atmosphere. It's the atmosphere that earns the scare. If you are making something scary, take it to heart. This is a law that goes back to the dawn of horror movies. The emotional atmosphere earns the scare. This carries as you explore Layer 2, which largely keeps you comfortable, but occasionally provides reasons for being cautious as you enter on areas and strange things happen. Even the, again, atmosphere of the oppressively red and empty diner makes you wonder what
the diner's got pretty good music though.
Raising the tension. And it works because it's in such contrast to what you've experienced before it. You've been at peace with happy and colorful environments here already and shown you can't trust them. So not even Olive's pool is without a light sense of dread. But as you complete Layer 2's areas, you don't hit anything truly terrifying. Mostly, what you get is puzzle solving and lore, both of which are done quite intelligently. The puzzles can challenge you. The approach that Squeaks took in making players look things up outside the game isn't common, but we've grown accustomed to puzzles having their ciphers or solutions just in the next room, or delivered to us by characters over dialogue and collectible documents. Not everyone is going to like this, while others are going to absolutely love it. If you are a fan of ARGs and the classic idea of ARGs, then you probably love this and will defend it with your whole chest, especially when you remember the context. These were secrets meant for dedicated adults to uncover back in 1997, guarding grisly information. As we receive them now, that time of secrecy has largely passed, and the time we're in can even explain the new Cogware team operating Stumbler and his guide. There probably was a Stumbler's guide back then, but there's modern touches like his Gmail account. In the 1997 edition as it shipped, whatever happened when you clicked those monitors for browser pages must have given either a literal link for you to write down and enter on a computer, or the video you were meant to watch and use for a code, with no YouTube to host it. So the YouTube angle, at least, would be new here. Overall, you have to do the legwork beyond just clicking a play button or going through normal means of play. That's what makes an ARG different from a video game or an interactive narrative. Yes, this is definitely putting the game in alternate reality game. And it's presented in the context of an alternate reality for sure, but the actual component of tapping into your dedication and figuring things out by following pieces and connecting them is here. Stumbler's Guide makes this easier, but you're not just given the material. You gotta Google, you gotta think, and for some of these secrets, you need to study outside material and apply it. Now, it's not all as happy as having a guide, and you're smart enough to beat certain moments, but there are elements in which neither a guide nor intuition has your back, and thinking isn't going to get you that far. I've got to critique the puzzle elements that aren't so hot, especially because of the nature of the project as being, primarily, a video game. A full-fledged ARG, as we understand it traditionally, has patience packaged in for its expectations. You're going to come up against walls and ruminate on how to get through them for a good day or week with a traditional ARG, and you'll probably have the help of other people. In a video game, you don't have the patience or motivation to bear being stuck on something longer than 15 minutes, and every minute that goes by over 10 just gets you to a point of anger. Some components of Shipwrecked want to challenge you in that
I never get angry.
Get through the wall sense, but should not have been in the design. And the more difficult puzzle-it-out moments should be optional, not total progression blockers. Because remember, this is a video game. There are puzzle elements with solutions that make sense and can be completely defended, but lack of adequate hinting on the way to those solutions can't be justified. In my opinion, these moments include the Steam achievement hint, though I see what the hinting was and that it tried to get there, it just wasn't strong enough. Every occasion in which a YouTube video had information in the description, or, much worse than that, a comment, and the need to get trapped in the cell while in the sewers. Although that one only required a good hint about the cell area and isn't nearly as critical an issue to me. I've also got to admit that I really dislike the use of the same NATO phonetic alphabet audio clip in multiple places.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
It immediately gives players whenever
You can respect Polo for ramming his head into like one puzzle for like 20-30 minutes and not wanting help.
One instance of this
That's pretty
is its
respectable.
use in the magma video, which distracts from the fact that the volcanic eruption is what you need to pay attention to, and lack of mention to examine all publicly visible parts of videos anywhere on the journey makes players overlook the description. I've seen this happen to other players twice, which underscores how it really wasn't the way to go about using the YouTube video elements, and that while reusing ciphers is intelligent design, reusing specific puzzle pieces in this manner should have been avoided. I personally spent way too much time listening to the same NATO phonetic alphabet audio come out of horns as a potential method of solving the keypad in Slumber Woods. So that's 2 strikes against its multiple uses, either as a red herring or just a desire to reuse something in the game. For an experience like this, in which you already have the challenge of solving a puzzle, red herrings don't make your players happy. And again,
so the whole NATO speak with the Wendigo was just nothing.
The comments, the points in which you find what you need. Using them to hint at something in the video or title, yes. Using them to convey crucial elements, no. Most people ignore video descriptions and comment sections by nature. The video and the title are what's immediately in front of players' faces. Those are the
Make a video, Kai. Call him out.
Where
Call him out.
Information should have been, especially off target. And I really do have to hammer this one, is the issue with the crystal video. I can accept its dual usage in the plaza, and I even think it's clever. Especially because if you fail the terminal run because you ignored the last 4 notes hint directly next to a keypad, you're going to suddenly remember or come across it again asking where the last computers were, and the solution clicks into place. It's a very easy thing for a player to set themselves up for, and they will get it. They will. But having a video with a Mozart cipher involve music that runs past the relevant portion, and having to specify where that relevant
portion
starts
and Tola got stuck here for a while.
is just bad design. Why didn't you just trim the video and re-upload it with the new link attached to the Switch?
That's what he was talking about now.
Just hearing
Is this
the
one?
second half doesn't make it super recognizable as the song Mary Had a Little Lamb? You could just change the title of the video to Little Lamb as a hint, or something just as telling like Fleece as White as Snow. There was no excuse for an oversight on a crucial puzzle piece that was so easy to fix. You should have recut the video, put in a new link, and taken care of this ahead of time. I highly encourage patching it in the next update as a first priority. Relying on someone scrolling down to catch a comment for a timestamp when the onus was on you to provide only the necessary section is the kind of game master mistake that really frustrates players. Fix it up, and future players will have a
I'm pretty sure
much
Tola
easier
spent like
time,
20 minutes on this,
especially
and
when
then
the
he
workstation run
found the
in Plaza
comment.
is going to be brutal on them. Now, returning to the experience review and the topic of audio on Layer 3, let's talk about a subtle but brilliant touch for stimulating tension: this hallway. Connor's warning notes before do give you a touch of priming, but the actual makeup of the hallway and the audio is what brings attention back
What's
into
1
the
plus
picture.
1, chat?
The Hangman game for Brandon, the urgent messages to stop, and again, that audio. I cannot stress enough how potent the audio is in this game. I think it's the hitmaker of the entire design in terms of ensuring you will be afraid and stay afraid. Audio work in Shipwreck 64 is superb. That becomes clearest when you enter Layer 3, the Land of Darkness, but the first half's fear factor is mainly visual. And here's a fun note.
That's
Stubble's
right.
Guide, while being
It's
very helpful,
11.
serves as the meanest primer of all in terms of
That'll be my
establishing
puzzle.
terror. Before the whole puzzle-solving adventure of the 2 gate control areas you need to hit, or possibly 3 depending on if you get stuck or just like exploring, in this entire zone, there is no threat. You will encounter no monsters, no scares. The only goosebumps-making section is here, due to the audio, and other sudden ambient noises that make you freeze. You have no idea where the sound is coming from or what it means. You just know you don't like it and you want to get in and out quickly. By the way, in this spot, it's coming from Starling Walter, haunting one position way to the left, only visible if you really move around and spot him, which could scare players even more as they understand there is now a threat. Mostly though, this half of Layer 3 is spotless. It's creepy, it's dark, it brings you into new areas you don't know, and it does so after giving you a website that tells you there are monsters down here. You've been warned. Here are monsters. Watch out. And area by area, you explore, being cautious, learning about hiding in barrels, collecting lore, looking carefully around corners, and you don't meet any monsters. You become fixed on the puzzle solving. You get into a groove of listening to logs. So what happens? You get to a level of comfort again. And this is a dangerous level of comfort, because you're in a scary place and feel you've got the hang of it and can handle the atmosphere. You haven't seen a damn thing, and when you enter the next zone, you've largely forgotten about the starlings. You just know you need to explore now. This is where Squeaks laid the ultimate trap. You can see you're in a big strange area now, and that old spooky unfamiliarity comes back, but you're on a roll. You have confidence along with uncertainty, so you get moving. You get to explore a while, and then you hear the odd sounds. But you've heard odd sounds this entire game, right? Odd sounds don't mean anything. It's ambience, right? Just trying to put you on edge. The very first time I heard Olive sounds, I slowed down to observe them. Then I saw her move into the black bar on the side of the screen, and I watched her fade in, transfixed, disturbed, seeing something that shouldn't be happening come into view, instantly on edge, finally realizing as she turned to face me what I was looking at, and then the jump scare struck. I barely had time to go from realizing I was in danger and needed to brace myself to being hit full force and then sprinting, screaming to a barrel, while duck and cover played, loud and anxious, the screen tearing. I haven't been scared that good by a game in ages. I did not leave the barrel I hid inside of for minutes while I just collected myself and realized that the monsters were finally out to play. And I'd only just met one, and this was a big area and I didn't know my way. And no, that plaza map did not help, and you know what? Maybe even that was meant to contribute to the fear factor. It does nothing for you. And you know why I stayed in that barrel? Because Olive came back into the side of the screen looking for me again, and I didn't know what to do.
Really?
Thankfully,
is the map
that's
really
when
not
I learned
accurate?
you need to be in the barrel before she comes looking. The barrel means she can't see you. I was safe, but wow. The way I was so exhilarated and terrified to move at the same time. The sheer insanity of that kind of fluid 3D model movement contrasting with the regular graphics of the game. The way it came in from an area of the screen I'd completely forgotten hours ago could even be used. And the way the model looked as it chased me. Absolute top-tier design work. Everything you experience up to this point is a series of peaks and valleys for tension and scares. You go from comfort to fear, back to some kind of comfort, to fear again, and it teaches you. It teaches you what can and can't happen to you. You can be put on edge by the audio, knowing scary things can appear, but you can't be hurt. There's no enemy to run from. Stumbler's Guide warns you when entering Layer 3 there are monsters now. And then you forget about them and get comfortable again. You get confident. You move into a new area and have time to explore it a bit and establish that you're okay here too. Scary place, creepouts can happen. This game can shock and startle you, but you've managed up to here. You know what can and can't happen to you, right? You've got this. And then the starlings happen, and your confidence is laid to waste. Crushed into dust while you shake inside a barrel knowing that was only 1 out of 3, and you don't know what else is in store for you.
We're gonna talk about how the jump scares, like, the death screens are like hints as well.
Good, fully earned scare was here.
Like that secret Olivia one, when you have to find the
way each
husks
monster
at the end,
works,
like
too,
she's the only
is
one that has like a new one.
You need to figure it out and survive the shocks along the way. And riding out the sounds, never knowing if they're really that close until you study them.
He mentioned it already, yeah, but I don't think he really went into detail about, like, you know, how
this is so tense.
Olivia's
All
death
of
is
that,
like her
mixed
drowning,
with the difficulty
or
of this area,
when you
is
get
what's
killed by
going to
blot,
make or break
isn't it
you
like some
basically.
weird like
And if you beat this stage,
field
nothing will stop
that
you
shows
from wanting to go the
when you get killed by
distance.
Bucky?
This is
it's
gonna
like you get
make
thrown
you
into
a
like a real
hard-game
world or
player.
something.
Blot's mechanics are different too, and involve an inversion of olives that brings a new form of audio scare. The sudden silencing of the music. A moment of silence has never made such a panic-inducing experience, and when it first happens in a place as serene and clean as this, you realize that Squeaks got you again. Can it get old as you play the game more and learn their mechanics, trying to beat one part? Of course. This happens with every single horror game ever made. You'll learn the area, find out your objective, learn the monsters, and through consistent exposure, overcome the fear. Until the next area, where you're no longer so sure of yourself. Like when Bucky enters the picture in the sewers, and now you know you've got to deal with him too. And the way he'll stare at your barrel as he passes you by, knowing you're in there, but not acting. That is so unsettling. And let's give it up for this factor. One of the greatest moments I've ever witnessed in the wake of Five Nights at Freddy's when it comes to inspiration over imitation. All these monsters include the same hunting pattern ideas that Scott Cawthon introduced to the game scene, but done in such different ways, under such different circumstances, that it feels like new. This is what I mean every time I say inspiration, not imitation. Squeaks learned effective hunting monsters from Scott, then applied the lessons differently, mixing in unique concepts to generate a different experience while hitting with the same intensity, but in a way that is entirely Shipwreck 64. Absolute top shelf victory in learning from your inspirations, A+. And now, at last, the portion of this video that I want everyone who has ever tried to do anything to pay attention to most.
I'm watching. My champ is paused.
On January 1st, 2024, Shipwreck 64 in its definitive edition was released on Steam.
Really? First of the year?
On February 1st, 2022, I received an email for Broadside Beach as a submission to the Nightmind Index. It has been over 2 years since I got that email. And at the time, looking at the links provided in that email, I knew the project had been in development much longer than the start of 2022. The earliest video you can find on Squeaks the Corgi's channel related to Broadside Beach is the Lost Media Collection teaser trailer from April 20th, 2021, getting close now to 3 years ago. The actual content of that video, the launch to Broadside Beach's first incarnation as a video series, is unavailable to view. I have seen it. There's still enough material public for me to make the necessary points, though. Over the months that followed the first presentation of the Broadside Beach idea, there were several uploads comprised of a lot of material in the vein of investigation videos on the defunct park Broadside Beach, mixed in with footage of development for Five Nights VR fan games, as Squeaks learned Unreal Engine and game development. The videos produced from the early days and up to the point of submission to the index were, well, here. You're seeing the visuals from the second Lost Media Collection teaser. It's very different from what we know of Shipwreck 64, and in terms of style and choices, it's exactly what it looks like. A novice's first attempt to make an nonfiction project. Even the use of teasers for something that has no hype by a brand new creator with no following at the
1
time
hour and 46
is
minutes.
indicative of a novice's understanding of this kind of work, but also their excitement, which does make one smile. When it comes to the video that has been made unavailable, it illustrated precisely what can be said of the material in this phase, which is what gave me the impression I had at the time. There's potential here, there's something here, but it's not at the quality it can be. Yet. A lot of the early work is an attempt to tell the story through video means, but contained a lot of moments overplaying elements and being too eager to try style and atmosphere without writing logic. It was all of the love of the concepts attached to something like Broadside Beach and Studio Grounds, as well as the sinister history of the company, but without the maturity and experience to nail the execution of these elements in harmony while achieving believability. It was young work by a young creator, whose passion and skill in technical aspects was very clear, but the understanding
18 now,
of
so
how
that means he
and
worked on
why
this since like
these
he was
stories
16,
work
yeah.
was still developing.
It was like 2 years
And here's
ago.
the thing. Squeaks is very well aware of this, according to the description for the Broadside Beach playlist. The series that came before Shipwreck 64. I'm not as proud of this series as I used to be, admittedly. I'm keeping this up only because people don't like it when I take down my videos, like I did with Broadside Beach 1. I don't like this series anymore, and I want Shipwreck 64 to be the thing that allows me to make the series good again. All creators who are on their best path will have overlap with most creators in one way. They love their new work for 5 hours, and then will have mixed feelings about it for 5 days. This is the step up from where new creators on their best path come from, which is loving their new work for 5 minutes, and then hating it for 5 days. We can, and will, dislike and even be embarrassed about what we made in prior states of evolution. But what makes the productive use of those feelings is the recognition of what worked, what didn't, and how we can go forward making it better and achieving a greater creative victory for our vision. The first footage of the early game presentation of Shipwrecked came out on September 7th, 2021. The last major installment of the videos attempting Broadside Beach was on November 14th, 2021. During this time, Squeaks decided to commit to the Shipwrecked idea, and in that process, must have realized the video approach was not doing the concept justice, or doing justice to himself. Making use of the skill set he'd been developing that was rarer in this field and set him apart, while giving people a more immersive version of the story, would be the greater victory.
And the Baldi's basic
on February 27th, 2022, he introduced the Shipwreck teaser for the first playable version of the game. Yes, this exact version. And it launched on July 16th, 2022, totally free. From there, Squeaks went on to work on another game in the Shipwreck storyline, Cold Case 64, but it wasn't released. Instead, he must have again realized, looking back on his work, that he could do better. Much better. On December 20th, 2022, the Shipwreck 64 overhaul teaser was uploaded.
OneDrive created a memory for me.
I want you to look at this timeline.
Preview pictures of these docs I took a picture of.
To understand why I am so proud of this creator. That this script drove me to write 64 pages. And what all of you who are making anything need to keep to heart. April 20th, 2021, the Lost Media Collection teaser trailer. September 7th, 2021, Shipwreck 64's earliest game footage. November 14th, 2021, last major installment of the videos attempting Broadside Beach as a video series. February 27th, 2022, the Shipwreck teaser, a complete commitment to a new vision for the project. July 16th, 2022, Shipwreck version 1 launches, over a whole year past the first attempt at Broadside Beach. It's completely free, and still, after more than a year of work including this, the project did not gain a ton of traction, but 11 days later, on July 27th, 2022, after more than a year and lampshading the whole first wave of content for the project, Squeaks committed to a greater vision and broke through to the tune of 2,000 subscribers. And still, he recognized he could do better. December 20th, 2022, the Shipwreck 64 overhaul teaser is uploaded. Then, for a solid year, Squeaks worked on this game. An entire year dedicated to making this work, leading to release on January 1st, 2024. And look what's happened. You can't go anywhere in this neighborhood of YouTube without
pretty huge
love
dedication, yeah.
for Shipwreck 64. Even to the point of being on Game Theory Live twice.
Actually, 3 times.
As of my writing
3
this,
times now.
Shipwreck 64 has over 200 reviews, with majorly positive support. As of my recording this, there are over 300, and the status of which, in all reviews, is very positive. A blazingly hard achievement on Steam. I was enamored with this game from the first night I played it. I regard this project so highly that it's going to come up in conversation for years. I had to stop playing the game to actually write this script and make the video, and I missed Shipwreck 64. I miss it as I speak. I invited moments to pick up the controller and record something I didn't have so I could use it as a visual.
For me and my 100 different VTuber models.
I love this project so much. I'm proud to know that Squeak submitted Broadside Beach to the Index. And I'm even prouder to know that this is what it turned into. And this was the timeline and what it took for him to make it here. This project went through 2 evolutions, accepting that it just wasn't what it needed to be yet. And despite going through those moments, Squeaks kept going. Imagine all the nights of disappointment, doubt, and disenchantment with his project. Every agonizing hour that something wasn't working, wondering if it was even worth it. And he persevered. And look what happened. And this is why you don't give up. If you love your vision, don't you ever give up. And don't ever settle for less than your own satisfaction with accomplishing that vision. And always know that if you mean it, you will make it. The skills, the time, the resources, don't say that you can't. Be brave enough to give yourself.
Well, actually, there's a flaw with wanting nothing but perfection.
And then give it another.
Because Aid in the Nikkei maid story, she was obsessed with perfection, and she ended up being like miserable.
And the last year of development involved graduation. And even through that, look who stuck to his project and is now the biggest name in the field right now and stunning me, Matt Patz, and dozens of other art reviewers online. He started at 15 or 16. Do you know how many teenagers in high school try to make things and get immediately discouraged into giving up for years?
True, that's impressive.
Do you know how many look back at what they put into the
That's
world,
one thing.
realize it was a juvenile remix
No, I
of
won't
what
say I don't
someone
really
else
like
made
Aid.
and hide in shame instead
She's
of
cool,
choosing to
but
evolve?
like,
Look me in the eye and tell me you
I don't
can't
like
do
how
that
she's
idea
like
you're dreaming
fixated
of.
on
Squeaks
perfection and being
tried
perfect.
twice.
That's the one thing I don't
He
like
got a
about
little
her.
further each time, and then doubled down and won on the
I'm not
third
saying she
attempt.
shouldn't have that flaw,
He did not
but that's just the
quit.
one thing that I don't really like.
And neither should you. Not now. Not when you finish and realize it's not what you wanted it to be. Not ever. If you love it, you will go the distance.
Oh, I've never
You will
looked at any
love
of the
it
text.
even more than you ever have, and become the artist the vision deserves.
Next, he should make
You will
Shipwreck
create yourself
2024
in the
and make an
process.
Unreal 5 engine and make like
The
super
future of
hyper-realistic
horror and
photorealism.
nonfiction is extremely
Yep.
bright, and it's because of people like Squeaks the Corgi. And I want you to take away another lesson from all of this. Yes, you can scrap things and relaunch them. You have that ability. I imagine that having disowned the broadside
Bad rose
beach
cookie,
videos
but there's
and
some
Shipwreck
charm to, like,
64's
bad
first
rose
launch, but needing to admit it's all canon, Squeaks wants to incorporate the information in his future ROM hack plans, and videos that follow the style and quality we know from Shipwreck 64's definitive launch. I am so on board with that approach. It is one of the huge reasons I have not given you any of the canon information that I know of. I think it's the right way to go about it, because the definitive
Why not?
Shipwreck 64 is the quality level as a creator he is at now. If you reach a new weight class as a creator and things start working, and you can bring everything up to your new level, I
But-
say go for it.
I'm getting a rash
Dedication is another
on my
major
heel.
aspect
No,
of this
heel.
game,
On my
and
ankle.
being as dedicated as he
Kinda
was in the
itchy.
writing logic for the design of Shipwrecked has, as I am aware, actually cost Squeaks some playthroughs by people who don't understand how to access the horror element. Some people want it hand-delivered to them, and that's the hell of doing your job right in this field. So be ready for it, all of you who choose the immersive method. If you design with logical writing that will delight your peers who understand immersion and ARGs dedicated to smart execution, you're going to lose a more casual audience. There is no doubt about it. But if you can't stand the idea of weak writing for the sake of getting everyday people from the setup to the scares, then first of all, I'm always going to support you. And second, fuck everyday people. Seriously, you didn't build this for them. And tweaking things to be weaker just to get them in doesn't serve the art, and it's a disrespect to yourself. So honestly, fuck them. You can't make things a total lockbox unless you're building it for the hardcore ARG audience. And I did discuss the points at which Shipwreck could have been better in clarifying and speeding up past the solutions, especially while being a video game and not the standard ARG experience. But by no means should Squeaks have made the reveal method for the horrors on Layer 1 as easy to access as others may have. Achieving your first failure state could have been rewarded with a small enough hint that it gives the player pause enough to raise their curiosity, maybe. But even then, someone achievement hunting the bad ending in version 1997 would have found it for sure.
Bucky
And then
smash.
word of mouth would have spread as much as it already has. Counting on word of mouth is never something you want to do when designing your projects in terms of players getting solutions, but it did assist people in this case.
Ducking people.
I know that I
other
can
than the
visit
Glock-
what exists of the canon information for questions we have pertaining to Shipwreck 64 through the Broadside Beach material in the first version of the game. Like I said, I'm not going to do that. It's as dead to me as it is for Squeaks.
Oh, right.
Because Squeaks has denounced it by making a definitive edition. Squeaks has denounced the Shipwreck playlist, and I'd much rather see every lore piece come to life through the ways he's going to do it down the
But what
road
about
after
the
skill level
mounds,
he has gained.
man?
It's what the project
mounds
deserves,
of treasure.
it's what he deserves, and I'm entirely in support. It's been over a month now since I originally played Shipwreck 64. And now I don't want to leave.
Well,
can you figure that one out?
According to...
I've even come back to the script multiple times to address different points.
Allah's video, his stream. President Chat said,
bear the idea of missing anything.
Dr. Knows at the earliest version 1 will probably be like at the end of 2025. At the earliest.
There was so much
I don't know where he got the information from, but apparently that's what it is.
What am I supposed to do at the end of a video again? Of course. Thanks to... No, not that.
I mean, that makes sense, because every update has been huge.
Squeaks the Corgi.
I'm missing like version 0.8. Whenever it comes out, it's going to be like even more huge. What else can even add to it?
And a whole lot of high school
other than like, whoa, new events.
Things for a long time. Shipwreck 64 is a prime example of everything that Nightmind stands for, and the best way I could start a whole new year. This video has been worth the time it's taken to make it. I will always smile when I think of this project, and I want it to be known as the testament to perseverance and dedication that it is. Not just to achieving a vision, but to going from a whole lot of influence creativity to becoming the very kind of unique inspiration that impassioned you in the first place. Reboot after reboot, Squeaks evolved.
I like how Winnie the Pooh stepped in the frame, stepped out like a starling scare.
Growth in just a few years, and so much still ahead. Mark my words. This creator is going to get so good and make new work so scary that it'll be an online event whenever a new game drops. And goddamn do I want a Bucky Beaver t-shirt.
Oh yeah, Dr. Knows. I remember I read on his Discord. He said he's like in school right now. He's working on the game, but he's also in school. And he's not employed, kind of thing.
But you can absolutely follow Squeaks the Corgi on Twitter and subscribe on YouTube to stay up to date. Much love to everyone who worked on this project too, and their incredible work. VRChat Productions, Lillian, Sandy, Fresh Decimate, Wiz Willpower, Magicum, Maddie Braps, Kitsumosh, Lorenzo Unrubia, Azura Ring, Panku, Kyler Kersey, Ty Coker, Midnight Mousings, and Thinglet. You have, of course, helped create something amazing. Thank you, all of you, for your efforts in bringing us Shipwreck 64.
Woo!
And thanks for believing in a kid with big dreams who was giving it his all. Thanks to Squeaks the Corgi for making Shipwreck 64, and for never giving up. Thanks to all of you for watching, and to all of my supporters on Patreon, who were patient as always while I worked on this very large video, giving me the ability to do Nightmind and run the Nightmind Index, where Shipwreck 64 first appeared as Broadside Beach. That's all for tonight, everyone. Thanks for joining me in the dark again this evening. Once more, I'm Nick Nocturne, and like the passion for an idea that's worth your efforts, you'll be seeing me again real soon. Until next time, remember to think outside the box and sleep tight.
Buggy smash. End it. End it with the buggy smash. Woo! Woo! Okay. So that was pretty good. What are you doing? Before we end this though, we gotta play. Where'd the duck go? Any ducks? Okay, well, let's see. Before I end this, we gotta play this song one more time. It's very loud. Duck. Oh. I don't know. He's either really tall or he's flying. Oh, he's tall. How do you zoom in? What's that? Oh, that's my head. Okay, well... Well, guys, that'll be it. I guess I need to go run, feed ducks and stuff like that. But what's gonna happen is next week on Tuesday, probably do... Boopa. Probably do Voice of the Wood. On Tuesday next week, maybe. And then we have like more Yakuza 8 grinding with the Animal Crossing minigame. Hold on, though.
What is it? What was her name? Little Misfortune, I think?
Let's raid Danya for a little bit. Let's just do that. I mean, I did say I'll go watch her, but I gotta go run, but I'm just gonna say hello, I guess. I'm just gonna say hello to her before I go. So, I hope you guys... Jesus Christ, why are you going so... Everyone's flipping out. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Okay, did it work? Are we raiding or no? I don't know if it worked. Oh, whoa. Okay, goodbye.
Welcome on in, guys. Welcome on in.